Hello. Good afternoon, good morning, good noon, good wherever you are. How's everybody doing? Hello. This is an unusual time to stream, isn't it? Haha! How's everyone doing? Hello, 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 hello. Just setting up this side, making sure everything's looking good. The metrics are good. The system has been hacked into. The mainframe is open. The bars are green. The dropped frames are at 0. This is all looking very lovely. Good 1 p.m. Hello. I know. I'm very different today. It is noon. Exactly noon here in the UK. Right in the middle of the day. America is currently asleep, which makes this a very strange time to stream, I know. But hey, sometimes we have to do something for us Europeans. Everyone in Asia. I guess maybe not so much Australia. Australia is probably a little far around the world, isn't it? Thinking about it. What are we in Australia? What, 9 to 11 hours ahead? 8 to 10 hours ahead? I'm not actually sure. Oh, hello everybody in the comments. Like I can see it all coming through now. It's 7 a.m. in New York. Hey, look at that. That's not too early. That's fine. Bristol. Hello in Bristol. Lovely city Bristol is. We've got North Carolina. We've got Netherlands. We've got Australia. 8 p.m. in Australia. Hey, which side of Australia are you though? I assume chances are you're going to be East Coast, but I might be wrong. 9 p.m. in Australia. 4 a.m. in California. What are you doing up at 4 a.m., Jack? Ireland, strangely, is on the same. China, 7. Nice. Balkans? Liverpool? Sweden. Marup. Wisconsin. Again. Albany, New York. It's the Americans with the States yet again. Poland, Hungary, Lithuania, Germany. It's Ballarat. Oh, nice. Hello, Lord Rich. How are you doing? Good to see you. Goodness me. New Zealand, France, South Africa. You know what? This is actually quite an exciting, different international audience than normal. Look at this. This is very cool. East Coast Australia is 9 p.m, which means if somebody's 8 p.m, right? That must mean you're South Coast or North Coast. I just assumed that people in Australia are predominantly East and South Coast. Like that corner has most of the population of Australia. It always amazes me how few people live in Australia because it's massive. It's like 27, 28 million people, something like that. Oh, Alex Frost, thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Thank you for the donations. And so I forgot to say it yesterday. Congrats on 60k. I know. Would you believe we're almost up to 61k already? Isn't that crazy? A week. What a month, what a week. It's been absolutely mad. Yep, I know. Morning streams is a bit different, isn't it? Ursa stream. Needed to start my morning. 1 p.m. time zone right up. West is only 6 p.m. That just goes to... Australia is massive. Australia is absolutely massive. I can never get in my head just how big it is. Tunisia. New Jersey. The Lonely Brit. Gonna put the live stream up on the TV and on your phone. Double streaming. Whoa. There you go. More than 60% of it is desert, but luckily for us, we've got outback stations and they work perfectly. So it's all good. I changed phones recently, and one of those fun facts about my new phone, it's only a Google Pixel, it's nothing too exciting, but it started to do the old electrical interference noise, that sort of noise when I put it next to any of the wires or a microphone. My old phone didn't do that. I don't know why the new phone does that, but now I physically have to chuck my phone across the room, so it's kind of in range, but nowhere near my microphone. I have no idea why that one is so sensitive. But it is. It's just one of those things, eh? I know, especially with how long it took to climb to 50k. Yeah, crazy, isn't it? But that's just the algorithm. That's just the algorithm. Everything is in percentages. Once you get to a certain level, YouTube trusts you more. That's why when we say the sub button is so important, it is. And this is an appeal. If you have smaller creators, small people that you watch the content of, that have less than, say, 10,000 subs, give them your sub. it makes a huge difference, because fighting the algorithm when you're that small is terrifyingly small. Lonely Brit has an echo now. I haven't seen anyone else mentioning that, so it might just be you. Try reloading the stream. Brazil. Try pre-reloading. Malup Yarne, Malup, is Latvian. It's one of those fun things you learn from playing too much Hearts of Iron. Australia is the same size of the lower 48 of the USA. Australia is the same size as Europe. Hang on. Australia versus Europe. This is the one that always makes me laugh. Yeah, hang on. Look at that. Look at that. This. The whole of Europe, including Greece and Spain and Portugal and the UK, it all fits inside Australia. And there's 28 million people here. There's almost 70 million people living in the UK. Just this bit. We have a population that's almost 3 times the size of Australia. Isn't that mad? I mean, I guess it is all desert, but like, yeah, oh, no, Australia just, it makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Yeah, it's huge. It's absolutely huge. And covered in creepy crawlies, which I think is probably a bit of a misnomer, isn't it? Russia no longer exists. I think if you put Russia on any map, the map just becomes silly, doesn't it? There's, when you play Victoria 3, I think it's always a little bit funny, because that's the point in time, what is it, 1836, that Russia still owns Alaska. So on the map, it's even bigger than normal Russia. And of course, it still has a lot of the Baltic states. It has Ukraine. So just in terms of map size, it's absolutely ginormously ridiculous. There's no need for Russia to have Alaska. Mad. Hi Ursa, I've been binge watching your playthroughs the whole of last week, but first time catching you on stream. Good to see you. Hello. I do stream occasionally, normally, but I'm really disorganized. Hello from Denmark. Looking forward to chilling with Ursa whilst having hangovers. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Kosovo is Serbia. Controversial one, that. I know nothing about the politics of that region. I don't even get me started. I should know. But I think I'm about 10 years too young to really understand a lot of what's going on in that area of the world. There is a cattle station in the Northern Territories, is NT Northern Territories, which is the size of Belgium. I wouldn't be surprised. Big country, big spiders. Oh, Pets Game LP! Thank you so much, that's incredibly kind of you. Hello, I'm back from my own navigable river. Huzzah! Yes, indeed. I'm glad you enjoyed. That did look like a lot of fun. Thank you very much. That's very, very kind. What am I studying at the University of Sankor? Should we show you what I'm studying at the University of Sankor? This is what I'm studying at the University of Sankor. A diploma in the Byzantine Empire. Not the Byzantine Empire, the Byzantine Empire. Byzantium is the most unknown but most important empire you'll ever know. And it's wonderful. Playing God of War, we're watching this while playing God of War. Love it. Whole Earth map in Civ 6 enlarges Europe and shrinks Australia. Yes, there is a yet not another map pack map that has the world map, but in its genuine size. And it's comical how small Europe is. It's comical. It's really, really funny. I'd love Gathering Storm, but it's too much. Gathering Storm's not too much. It's fine. Just have to get used to it. Who said Australia was upside down? We all did. It's just true. Also, I got this weird idea. What if after the modern age, you go back to antiquity age? It's looping, so it never ends. Yes. That's what the classical era collapse was, right? Because you had the classical era, then it all collapsed, and then there was this sort of time frame in real life where it went backwards a bit. I guess that's what a crisis is, isn't it? What age in Civ 7 can you play Byzantium? The scholars debate this wildly. I like to think that it's a modern era Civ because it stood the test of time. And of course we are railway simulating people, so this is all good. How many hours in Civ? Civ 6, I've got 6,750, I think we checked yesterday. So I'm not quite on 7,000. I thought I was on 7,000, but not quite. Although I do have a second account, which I think has about 400 or 500 hours on it. So yeah, it's probably over 7,000. We shall see. I did. Railways give -1 appeal when unlocked. Rises to 0 after unlocking electricity. Railways increase appeal because railways should be on every tile. We know this. We know this. If you've never played TSL Earth as the Dutch, it pains me if I do. I would advise downloading the Loyal Capitals mod. That is a really, really good mod, and it makes sure your capital never flips from loyalty. On TSL maps, it is incredibly useful. It just means that Amsterdam, at the very least, is not going anywhere. I can't guarantee we'll have more than Amsterdam. Everything else might disappear, but... Oh dear. Roman Holiday mods in Civ 7 when? You should ask Roman Holiday. That's a whole mission for them, isn't it? How much do you have in Civ 5? Ooh. I don't know. Again, I have 2 accounts for Civ 5. This one I'm looking at right now has 1,200 hours, but I think the other one has more. I think I was on at least 3,000 hours in Civ 5 because this YouTube channel actually started on Civ 5. So, I do have quite a few hours of that. Yeah. There you go. Why a second account? It was for filming. Back when I started, I was but a poor peasant. I had no money for equipment. And I used to film all of my games on for YouTube on 2 separate laptops. So, they were really, really low quality laptops that didn't have graphics cards. These were both integrated graphics laptops. I think they were like, one was like 500 quid, one was 600 quid. And I actually had to film on one laptop the screen of the other that was playing Civ because it was too much to have both Civ running and filming on the same laptop. So I have this ridiculous setup where I had one plugged into the other, and about halfway through the many years of doing that, one of the laptops literally blew up. So I had to get a second one. And at that point, I just started using my wife's Steam account. I think I was using my wife's Steam account to start with. So that's why a lot of the hours are on her account. So, yeah, it's a bit convoluted. It's a bit crazy. That's kind of it. Did I get to see the Ara History Untold showcase? I know nothing about Ara History Untold. I'm really sorry. I need to learn more about it. It's a bit like Humankind. Totally passed me by. Whew. So when you're seeing all the memes at the moment about people saying, oh, Civ 7 is just Humankind version 2, I'm sitting there thinking, I haven't played Humankind, so that just sounds quite good to me. I don't know. Pets Game LP, thank you so much. Oh, that's very kind. I dare you to play Civ 5 for 100 turns, then the other 100 rounds of the same game on Civ 6. I don't know how. I think the I don't know how bit is the problem there. I wouldn't know how either. But good idea. That sounds a lot like a Paradox Grand Campaign. Isora Productions does them quite a lot, right? Where he used to go from Crusader Kings into Europa Universalis to Vicky 3 to Hearts of Iron and just dropping from one Paradox game to the other. I can't say that. That's too many words for me. So maybe that's what it is. Giga Campaign. I actually like Humankind. I don't know anything about Humankind. I thought it looked really pretty. I think a lot of people got hooked, and I think this is partly Humankind's fault, don't get me wrong. A lot of people got hooked on the phrase Civ Killer, just like Millennia got hooked on the phrase of Civ Killer. If they just backed off and left Civ alone, I think people would have enjoyed the games a lot more. But as soon as you start to compare to Civ, it's tough, because Civ does Civ really well, and has done for years, so yeah, it's an unfair comparison. Oh, another donation! Pets Game LP, thank you so much! Yes, Paradox, and you can start with Imperator Rome, but maybe you can ask some channel modders. A conversion mod. Maybe we should do this. Maybe I'll save all of these donations up and have to commission something. I haven't seen a conversion mod of some kind, but I mean, how many civs do you want to get involved? Surely you've got to stick beyond Earth on the end, right? So as soon as you go to space, depending on when people get the space victory, people arrive on Beyond Earth at different intervals. Maybe that would be a cool idea. Should call a 4 Legs game as Civ-like, or roguelike, or Souls-like, or GTA Client. Civ-like would be quite a good phrase, I think, wouldn't it? But it does invoke Civ all the same, which is the problem. So, yeah. Anyway, we're chatting a lot. We can continue the chat. Let me tell you about the whole point of this stream is Sleepy Sofa, Bear, my wife, my editor, my long-suffering partner, and I. We've been talking to our channel supporters. We are coming off the back of about 6 to 8 weeks of pretty much 7-day-a-week work for about 6 to 8 weeks. We've been working every day. We've loved it. We really enjoy it. I'm not trying to make a martyr out of myself. It's a choice we made deliberately. But with the Baltimore trip, with Civ 7, with getting ready for that, it's been a really busy few weeks. So what we're trying to do now for the next few weeks is push back to a more regular 5-day-a-week working pattern. So we're trying to take 2 days a week off. Now, we used to work really, really well on 5 days a week. We did it all the time. It was really, really good. And we used to be able to get daily videos out and it wasn't a problem. But we've kind of got so hooked at the moment on 7 days a week. We're not working very efficiently. We're faffing around. We're getting hooked on stats. We're procrastinating in a way that only YouTubers can. So we are pushing back to try and get back into a 5-day-a-week pattern, to take a bit of time off, actually go and walk, do the things we like, pick up our hobbies again, the stuff outside of the channel. And to do that, I'm having a few days of streaming whilst we get back on top of the videos, because a video every day, it's possible, but we were just not getting back on top of ourselves. So we're trying to kind of push back on that one. Hence why there's no video today. There's no video today. We should have the finale, or at least the next episode of Roman Holiday, going up tomorrow. And daily videos hopefully will be restarting from then. You might see some streams interceding those videos for a little while. I don't know for how long. Until we get our rhythm back, until we get our mojo back. But just trying to find that balance, isn't it? Between working at something you love. This is the best job. I love it. I play games for a living, right? I cannot believe how lucky I am. The problem is, because it's such a good job, I do nothing but the job. So I'm not going outside. I'm not seeing friends and family. I'm not cooking. I'm not cleaning. I'm just sort of working all the time. So that's the sort of balance we're trying to get. Pulling back from the furnace a little bit. So hence why today is not about doing anything too difficult. We are chill streaming. It's in the title. This is a chill stream with Ursa, and we are playing a game that in theory was supposed to be full of chill. So we shall see. Oh, don't go. No. I can see some comments saying about burnout. I'm not burning out. Don't worry. I'm so far away from burnout. Burnout is not a problem at all. We love what we do. This is just being sensible before we get anywhere near that point. Just trying to get a good work ethic in. So, this is where we got to last stream, but this is good. If you didn't watch last stream, that's not a problem. We're at the fun bit. We're at the really fun bit today, because today we're going to see two main things. Step number one, we're going to see some railroad. A lot of railroad, like a ton of railroad. So that'll be really fun. And step two, we're going to see some yields. Some yields and yields and yields. So this is a 8-player, just regular deity, Secret Societies game on a Highlands map with the wonderful Empire of Byzantium, the wonderful modded civilization that Inquisitive Otter made for the channel. It was absolutely brilliant. We have some abilities here. Forever Golden. We have 15% bonus production, faith, gold, science, and culture for all cities if I'm in a golden age. If I'm not in a golden age, I take a 15% penalty. So it's really high risk, high reward. Currently, we're in a golden age, but I don't have any era score right now. So Renaissance era could be a bit of a struggle. I am a little worried about that. A lot of our easy era score has already gone, so we shall see. We also have Railway Simulator, the greatest railway simulation game of all time, has gotten even better. Railroads cost no iron and no coal, and are unlocked after discovering Apprenticeship, which, as you'll know, we've already discovered, which is really good. Waterworks wonders. This is the main crux of the Byzantium ability. Aqueducts, dams, canals provide a major adjacency bonus to adjacent districts, and they culture bomb, which is really cool. And they increase the appeal of surrounding tiles by +1, in addition to their normal appeal. And they receive the building bonuses from the preserve district. So as we can see, in the pub, we have this preserve giving us grove bonuses around it. But those grove bonuses also apply to our aqueduct as well. So if we can find a city like this one, where we have the aqueduct, the canal, and the dam all in one city, we should get some pretty amazing adjacencies. We've also then got a unique district and a unique unit. The early bear. It's you! It's you, chat. Here you all are, in form of early bears. They do what they do best. They are regular military engineers, but they have +2 movement and +2 charges, and they are half price. They're really, really good. They make England's military engineers look like a total just loss of interest and fun. And the early bear's down is a half price encampment that spawns a 3 early bear on completion. It's kind of where we're at. So we were just chilling. We are playing Hermetic Order. Sorry, the Harmonists, I should say. Which is the secret society that gives us more yields on ley lines and on preserves, which is really cool. So we're looking forward to that. We're starting to build up a few preserves now. As you can see, they're popping up. They're appearing in various places, which is really cool. Yep, stuff now being built. But our chill was interrupted by Australia, who ran all the way over and razed a city that was here. They razed it to the floor. So I went and we're currently this is kind of like barrel justice. This is we're going back and we're not very, oh, hiccups. We're not very happy about this one. So this is kind of the game at the moment. Oh, Pets Game, thank you so much for the donation. Oh, the hiccups are crazy. I dare you to build the first railroad to an ally. Whoa. Railroads are going to go everywhere, don't worry. They don't cause CO2. So this is a little shortcut that Inquisitive Otter made in the code for this mod, right? Railroads unlocking at apprenticeship and costing no coal and iron. He did that for everyone because he couldn't be bothered to just work out how to do it for Byzantium. So everyone can build railroads. So you'll actually see the AI will start to build them everywhere as well. It won't just be me. But yes, we will hook up to everyone, which is really, really cool. The Hawks of War came for me, Lord Rich. They did. They sought me out. Literally, I could not joke more about this, right? Everyone is chill. Everyone registered in with the chill game. We have friendship with almost everyone. And then the Hawk of War marched over to me and razed the city. I'm not even going for domination today. Today is not about domination. Today is about settling wide. And we're going to go for a culture victory. So we're not even bothering with domination. And this is just petty now. I'm just pettily attacking. I did pick up Crusade. The Florida men have a crusade. Why the chat decided to call my religion Florida men, we're still working that one. But there we go. Build a railway over to an island and invade them. Absolutely. Raising a city near leyline should be a capital offense. Maybe they knew how special this city was. There is one point I want to make. Last time I played Harmonists, the ley lines still gave major adjacencies to districts. They no longer do that. They have been patched properly. Fuzzle was mean. So we no longer have ley lines giving major adjacencies. So we're looking for aqueducts, dams, and canals providing major adjacencies on all districts. So for instance, we have this beautiful aqueduct system here with 2 holy sites. These are both +5. I'm doubling them to +10. And then we have work ethic. So we've got some cool stuff coming up. But you might see some strange plays as we go. Florida men are forever. Hello, Ursa. Speaking of domination, do you even think domination games in Civ 7 can't finish before the modern era? You know what, we're all guessing is the short and unfortunate answer to that. We are all kind of guessing, really, because we haven't seen the game roll over. As soon as we see the game roll over, then we'll know a little bit more. Until that point, it is just all guesswork. All I know is that we're in a situation where multiplayer has been limited quite deliberately, right? Multiplayer has been limited quite deliberately for different eras. Why? We're not sure. We don't know why. So you have to ask yourself, what's going on there? Why would multiplayer be limited? So it's supported by 5 for the first 2 ages, so Antiquity and Exploration, and then 8 on Modern. And from what we can work out, what's probably happening is that as the game and ages progress, the map changes and expands and explores and whatever. So it could be that you conquer everyone in the Age of Antiquity. Absolutely everyone. But then what happens is that the game just spawns more people in. We don't know is the short answer. Like, we absolutely don't know for certain what the rules of engagement are going to be. So yeah, it's just a little guesswork, unfortunately, at the moment. But we will figure it out soon enough. Once we start getting some gameplay, I think we'll start figuring this out pretty quick. Just have to be patient. Patient. Wait for the gameplay. Cast our judgment at that point, I think. The speculation. I'm afraid that's all it is at the moment. We're all kind of speculating. That's the unfortunate thing. Now, don't get me wrong. I love speculating. Speculating's a lot of fun. But that is kind of what's happening right now. So we'll see. If only they showed us, eh? If only they showed us the later stages of the game. They did not. Not yet. Not yet. Right. I don't want to take Australia out of the game entirely here. I think I'm going to leave Ballarat and Newcastle. And we're going to take Perth and Canberra. Perth has Great Bath. Canberra is building Mahabodhi, which is quite cool. It's the holy site as well. So maybe we'll just work on all of this. That's our medic as well. Oh my lord, so many questions about... Oh, hello. What just did all that damage? Horseman, 35, horseman... Just crossbows, just a lot of crossbow damage there. Fair enough. Alright, that's what it was. A lot of questions about Civ 7. Here we go. I would strongly advise, if you've got questions about Civ 7, I'm happy to answer them now. But pretty much every question about Civ 7 has now already been answered in the form of my catch-up video. So it's my 2-hour I explain all video that kind of has everything in it. So I would strongly advise going to check that one out, because that will probably have all the information you are after. Raid, conscription, chivalry. Here we go. Now we can upgrade our troops, which is what I'm going to do. And scripture, blah, blah, blah. We can talk about it, though. I don't mind. It's all good. I am more than happy to chat Civ 7. But you might find that a lot of what we're going to be talking about has already been answered several times. Right, here we go. This catapult. Yeah, so you just have one more turn, and then we'll start, I think, start upgrading our troops. Look at this. Haha! Power! I like the fact we have Mexico City in this game. That's really cool. I like the fact we got the letter. A lot of fun city-states here. A lot of fun city-states. Interesting. Does Civ 7 give you the one more turn feeling? That I can confirm. I have come back from Baltimore, and genuinely, all I want to do is play more Civ 7. So, like, if that helps at all, I know a lot of people are a little bit like 50-50 on whether they believe the impressions of us YouTubers, which is totally fine. I'd strongly advise you on all things, not just Civ 7, and all matters of life to kind of make up your own mind on stuff, rather than just listening to what other people say. But I'm really excited to play it. I think it's going to be really good. I think it's going to be really fun. Oh, Andrew Klang, hello! Thank you for the donation, that's very kind of you. Ursa, once Civ 7 launches in February, or whenever, are you going to stop Civ 6 streams in favour of Civ 7 Vanilla, even if you don't like it? If I don't like it, I probably won't play it. I will tell you now, it is highly likely that I will like it, because I've already played it and it seemed like a really cool game. So I'm not too worried, being absolutely honest with you. If I don't like it, I'll play something else. I won't lie, I have played so much Civ 6, almost over 7,000 hours of it when you put my 2 accounts on it now, that Civ 6 is no longer a novelty to me. We've been around and played this game many, many times. So yes, on this channel, like a lot of channels, you should expect that when Civ 7 comes out, that will, in all likelihood, make up the vast majority of content that you see on this channel. But I don't think that's going to be just me. I think that's going to be everyone, you know? So I can't actually survive that if I take 2 attacks. That horseman's dead anyway. Why did I do that? Oh, you fool. You fool. So, yeah, diversified content is absolutely something that I think you should start to expect. We will see how long that lasts for. Depredation! Yay! Yay! There we go. Now, we can start to bump. Bump. Once we get Crusade, we should be fine. I think Potato raised a good point about the leader animations. Them looking at each other rather than you makes it feel less personal. I understand that entirely. I think that's a really, really interesting and good point. I won't lie, from my point of view, when I play Civ 6, I don't really care about these screens, right? It doesn't really matter what these look like to me. This isn't important. I don't really care what I look like in the screen. Like, it doesn't bother me at all. I like the gameplay. It's the gameplay is the bit that gets me. So I don't think it's going to bother me at all. One bit. Like 0. I think it's a really good point though. And I think it will bother people. It will bother some people. But I don't think it's going to be a problem for me, because I don't spend time looking at the screens, to be absolutely honest with you. Oh, Niter. How much Niter have we got? Oh, under the early bear den. And there, next to all of these, blocking all of the tiles that I could want to use. Lovely. Just got here. Who are we playing as? We're playing as me. I'm in Civ 6. Hang on, let me just... If you want to have a quick read of this, let me just get rid of the chat overlay briefly. 334 people watching and only 114 likes. Smash the like button, folks. Yes, please. Everyone watching this stream right now, if you could, if you don't mind just liking the stream, it makes a huge difference to how many people YouTube shows this to. The algorithm does not show anybody a live stream, even if you're subscribed to them and notified to them, unless people have liked the stream. I don't know why. It's the most annoying feature. You'd think if you were subscribed to me, it would let you know if your subscribed person was live. It doesn't. Watch this. We were on 320 viewers, right? 320 viewers, and we were on 100 likes. Let's just give this 2 minutes, because I can guarantee you, I can absolutely guarantee you that this works, and it's just the most ridiculously annoying thing I mean, it's just YouTube at the end of the day, isn't it? It's just how the algorithm works, and we must all worship and bow down to the glorious algorithm. In all things, we know that. You know that, I know that. It's just how we must be. It doesn't make it any less annoying, you know? I should pick up a great general here. Oh, thank you. That's almost 100 likes have come in. See, look, you're all lovely. This is... I always love this community. It's such a lovely community. You're all so genuinely nice. Sweet and wonderful. Isn't the mission to break the algorithm? We always try. But, unfortunately, what tends to happen is the algorithm breaks us. What normally happens. Yep. I can already see the viewers have gone up by about 20 to 30 just in the last 2 minutes. It's... yeah. Every time. Every time. Who knows why? Let's spread the idea of the Florida man to Perth. Now, this is going to be a really interesting and useful accumulation of era score for me. So we want to do this to get the Golden Age. If we miss the Golden Age, we'll hit a 15% penalty on everything. It's kind of funny how Italy is like the lamest sequel to Rome and thus has never featured. I don't think Italy is a lame country at all. The problem is that the Roman Empire was possibly the greatest empire the world has ever seen. It's you're not doing very well if that's who you're trying to compete against, you know? It's just not a fair fight. We are getting so much pillage. Oh, it's glorious. Right, we'll move you into Crusade territory and look at that 55 trebuchet attack. Bam. Attack. Attack. The power of trebuchet compels you. In fact, Perth is mine. Ta-da! I wish they wouldn't put ads on live streams. I know, I know. It is unfortunately the way that we as YouTubers provide free content, is the fact that it's kind of paid for via the algorithm. And that is paid for by adverts. If only there were ways. If only there were ways to watch YouTube without adverts, eh? If only. So one thing that has unlocked now is the wonderful early bears have now unlocked. So we're just going to quickly get this grove sorted, and then I think I'm going to build a couple of early bears. I'm going to start spreading our beautiful, beautiful railway love. Hello everyone, hey Sander. Oh, sorry, I have a question. I'm starting my YouTube channel about Civ 6. Great, brilliant. I want to know your opinion. Should I make a series explaining every Civ, or making short tips and tricks videos? You can do, and honestly, this is my advice to anybody starting any creative project. Like, people ask me a lot of stuff about Civ and YouTube specifically, because that's kind of what I do, right? But I would say any creative project, the best thing you can do is to do it on a topic you really enjoy. As long as you genuinely really enjoy the topic and you find it interesting, you're more likely to have luck with the algorithm than if you just try and do what you think is going to work. I've had series where the only thing I've ever done is just what I think should work. And those series tend to not do as well as the ones that I just enjoy. So I would strongly recommend make the content that you enjoy and make the content that you would watch. If you watch it and you would enjoy it, you're probably onto a win. If you would be like, like, I think this is going to hit the algorithm, but I don't think I'd find it personally that interesting, then I would suggest having another think. That would be the best advice I could give you. Just came in. Is that an Ursa Civ? Of course it is. Of course it is. Look at this. Ha ha ha! Second century Roman Empire would be pretty cool. Mostly stable, rich as hell, assuming you're not poor. Which most people were, to be honest, but no one thinks of themselves reincarnations of the peasant. No? It's true, isn't it? But, like, I'd say probably about 99% of this stream, including myself, if they were flown back in time, would most likely be ridiculously peasanty and poor. It's just the reality of it, isn't it? No one ever really thinks about that. Corsa. Of course, sir, I want a Corsa. Right, we've fixed all this stuff now, which is great. Get a builder or two in. What kind of collaborations you would see in the future? Mods, creators, interviews. Oh! Well, I don't want to give anything away. But I'm working on a collaboration right now. And it's very cool. Very cool. I'm very excited about it. So, I am looking forward to doing more multiplayer stuff. And I don't mean this in terms of a competitive multiplayer. I know a lot of people get very excited about competitive multiplayer. I don't want you to ever get your hopes up that competitive multiplayer is something that I'm ever really going to get involved with. Not because I don't like it. I think as a scene, it's really cool. Really, really cool scene. I think there's a lot of very, very talented creators and players that generally just do a lot of really cool stuff, right? Oh, I met Liege. Speaking of talented creators that are really cool, I met Liege in Baltimore. Liege was really, really nice. Absolute mega player of the online community. Really, really like Liege. Very sweet. The problem with competitive multiplayer is that it takes a long time, and it's a totally different game. Like, the balanced Civ that they play is so different to Civ 6, but I would have to, like, relearn it, and at this stage, I'm not crazy vested in that sort of, like, relearning. Which I know is a bit of a cop-out, but it's kind of just the truth. We shall see. I think multiplayer that I would like to do is more multiplayer with mates, you know? Friends, other streamers, other creators who are willing just to go and have a really good time. We just want a laugh. That for me is what I think is a lot of fun. Like, you all watched the Yogscast game I played, right? You all watched the Yogscast game I played with Spiff and Potato and Doltos and Hazor and Grim Cleaper. That was the sort of game that was really, really fun. So that's what I want to do more of. So watch this space. I have a couple of collaborations that are being worked on at the moment, and I think are really quite cool. Don't know if that's a good enough answer for you or a vague enough answer. So might it be something to do with potatoes? Not this time. But I would like to do some more stuff with Potato soon. Potato is a wonderful, wonderful YouTuber and has a lot going on. Alright. you know what? I'm just opening with preserves now. Preserves are really cool. I'm really enjoying the whole preserve meta. This is my favourite bit about this mod. Oh, thank you, Andrew Klang. Ursa, do you have a favourite Civ for music? I very rarely get to actually listen to the music in-game. It sounds a bit rubbish, but I don't put the music in-game often because even though it's not supposed to be a copyrighted thing, the in-game Civ music often gets copyrighted by people on YouTube. So, yeah, it can be a bit of a pain. So I don't get to listen to it very often. I often just listen to Spotify when I'm filming. I'll either be listening to podcasts, I'll have my own music on. That's the sort of thing I listen to. That laugh was such a sitting in a high back chair stroking a black cat laugh. My laugh is weird, alright? If you've ever seen Jimmy Carr, a British comedian, I've been told I have a very Jimmy Carr-esque laugh. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm gonna go move my medic back for a second. Between you and Potato, I think you are by far the better player. I don't know if that's necessarily true. We play very different games. The thing that Potato is amazing at is Potato is just an absolutely outstanding creator. Very, very charismatic, very funny. Really, really solid content. So I think we're doing slightly different things, you know? If I could be half as funny as Potato, then I know I'm on to something good, you know? So, when we've played games together, I've never gone like, huh, I'm like way better than Potato, or like vice versa. We've always felt to be kind of pretty similar. So, the thing is as well, is that Potato and I, neither of us really plays much multiplayer. Actually, to be honest, Potato probably plays a lot more multiplayer than I do, because he plays with the Yogs, right? The Yogs cast play a lot of multiplayer, so I imagine he's probably even more experienced than I am. Probably likely kick my butt. Jimmy Carr is hilarious, but really thin-skinned in reaction music. To be honest, I very, very rarely keep in touch with celebrity culture. Oh, you know what? That's one of the fun things I found about being in America. You Americans are obsessed with people. It's absolutely crazy. Like, every single advert on TV and every single brand or bottle or product of every kind, every single one is just people adverts. Like, you put a person on a product and it's like, oh, blah and blah's shampoo, come and watch it. And it's like it's the people advertising that seems to get you going. It's so strange. It's so strange. Yeah, I'm really bad on celebrity culture because people just, I'm not really interested in it. I'm not really very good with gossip or anything like that. It's interesting. You know what? I might try and go and liberate Newcastle quick. Like, I don't really know what Jimmy Carr's up to. Oh, you know, I got an early bird done. Oh yeah. Short of the tax scandal, right? He was the one that got caught up in all the tax stuff. I think. Might be wrong. Here we go. Look at these groves appearing. Mmm. Delicious. Oh, yeah, the yields of this empire are going to start multiplying like crazy. And we are now building railroads everywhere. We must build. Forever. I don't need chivalry anymore. Don't need raid anymore. Don't need professional army anymore. This is supposed to be a chill stream, right? The chill was lost some time ago. We shall claim it back. Let's go for retainers and settlers. Conscription. Yes. Lovely. Here we go. How many turns we got until the end of the age? Not many. I'm going to offer Australia peace now. I don't want to wreck Australia entirely. Take the book. Fun. I was really disappointed with American hot dogs in USA. We're showing them all the time in TV shows and movies and they're not that good. I didn't have an American hot dog whilst I was around. I didn't even think. Didn't even think. I didn't have any crab. Apparently Baltimore is famous for crab. Didn't have any. Feel like I missed out. So, I've got all this faith I'm thinking I just start purchasing great engineers and we try and get him a tep. And it gets me era score as well. Here's a Theodore next. I think that's what I'm going to do. We don't actually like hot dogs that much, Ursa lol. It's more of a retro food now. I don't know if I believe that. I feel like America is the land of hot dogs. Surely is. I don't know. Alright. Let's have a look. So now we've got retainers in. I'm not really planning on warring right now. Not until we get to sort of bomber territory. So I'm going to start just leaving units in cities. We're going to liberate Newcastle to make sure that Australia doesn't get knocked out of the game. We want to send them culture after all. Oh, thank you for the donation, Pets Game. You shouldn't compare yourself to others. I like you both for different reasons. For example, your inability to resist base settlers and your railways. Yes, his charm is huge, but you are fun too. Ah, that's very kind of you. You know what? I was actually trying to not compare us. I was trying to say that we were very different, but yes, I totally agree. People like tier lists, don't they? People like to have a list of like, this is the order of things. Like people, this person is best, and then it's this person, and then it's this person, and blah blah blah. And I think a lot of the time, life is much more nuanced than that. It's a bit like when I did my tier list. Everyone was like, why didn't you just do S tier and A tier and B tier rather than all these sort of fluffy tiers? And I was like, I don't know. I really don't like tier lists. I find them so boring because it's like a Civ, like Byzantium, for instance, which I think is really, really good, is going to be really rubbish in some situations. So, yeah, we do very different content, Potato and I. Potato's awesome, mate. He's really very, very, very sweet IRL. Alright. I tell you what, this relic one, I'm just going to evangelize with 3 charges, and we're going to pick up something that I think would be useful. Something like either science, gold, or the Faith one. I think the Faith one's been taken, hasn't it? Pilgrimage has been taken. Okay, that kind of answers that. Hey, chat! Everyone in chat right now, if you've got bad mouth problems, you go to see a dentist. What will the dentist look at when you're there? To this day, that is such a good way of telling who has watched my channel before and who hasn't. Because you get so many like, oh, Ursa, it's Tive. It's Tive. You're saying it wrong. And it's like, oh, you poor sweet prince. You know nothing. You know nothing. I do this deliberately. I wind people up. That's what I do. Ah, dear. Right. It's all looking pretty good, isn't it? Florida man spreads further and further. And here we go. These settlers are starting to appear now. Let's just start printing them. Hi, everyone's favourite Trevor Spy. I live in the US. What's a dentist? I know. To be honest, in the UK, we don't really have dentists either. We have a national health service, the NHS, that does our healthcare for free because we're a European socialist state. Such the Americans believe. But we actually don't get dentistry anymore. That kind of disappeared years ago. So we're very similar. Sink your teeth into that joke. Did you finally discover Harmonists? I did. We discovered Harmonists. So next, I have 2 eras before I get access to the Havens, which are really good fun. But for now, we are getting 2 housing and 10% food growth for the preserve and every building in the preserve. So I can go up to 6 housing and 30% growth when it's completed. And tiles adjacent to preserves gain +1 of the main yields of specialty districts absent from their city. So right now you can see, for instance, the pub is giving 1 science to all preserve, or the tiles around the preserve, because I don't have a campus in this city. So this mod is all about getting you to only build districts that are super worth it. Byzantium, if you continue to spread to my lands, I'm going to get very, very annoyed. Because I don't want to have to keep fighting you. I could just declare war on Byzantium. Retribution. I could declare a war of retribution. Or I missed the joint gold bug. That was the best thing. Right. Let's do this. What we're going to do is we're going to get as many people in on this war as possible. This is how I chill stream, by the way. I declare war on people. This is how I rock. I don't think anyone else is going to want in, are they? Nope. Egypt wants him. You're already at war? Okay, that's fine. Well, because Canada has... Can't do the military alliance? Ah, rubbish. Let's give everyone the sort of alliances that they would normally want, eh? Looks like the intrusive thoughts are winning. It's true. I can't lie. This is just what I do. I have intrusive thoughts. There you go. We're all good. Famous Rye versus Byzantium war. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening right now. So now I can just condemn heretics. And I can just remove them from my land. Byzantium started converting me earlier and then refused to stop. Which I thought was really rude. I didn't like that at all. So I got grumpy. We'll buy the temple and the water mill. And then we're going to build out the settlers. Here we go. We want settlers in this city as fast as we can. I've also been to emergency dentist in Edinburgh and I only had to pay about 30 quid for a tooth removed. Yeah, it depends on the dentist you go to, I think. Because some of them are NHS, but that's increasingly difficult to find, I think. I don't really know. So this is actually going to go to Canada. You know what? I actually don't think I mind that at all. Let's just garrison up my troops. Everyone's got happiness. I'm not planning on going to war again. To be honest with you, this was fine. Let's move my fastest units to my furthest cities. Like so. We'll use the railways. Ah, Ursa Invicta. That sounds quite cool. It's got a good ring to it. We'll speed the turns up just a bit, eh? It's all good. So what is your favourite ability from the non-modded leaders? Tell you what, chat. I'll give you the answer to that. My favourite ability from the non-modded leaders. You can guess. I suspect you can guess what my favourite ability from the non-modded leaders is. I'll let you pick. I bet you can get it pretty quick. But I'm pretty sure you can get it pretty quick. Taxis? No, not Taxis. No. Court of Love. There you go. Of course it's the Court of Love. The Court of Love is so good. Oh, it makes every game better. Does it not? The Court of Love. It's wonderful. All games are made better by the Court of Love. I genuinely believe. Where is Petra? We're working on it. Korea's going to denounce me. Wow, 2 people just don't like me compared to everyone else. Interesting. So, Australia built quite a few districts here, which is okay. I don't particularly need them. Got all the points we need now. We're looking pretty happy. We've got railways that are now being built. Well, pretty good. Raven King's pretty good. So Raven King and Taxis are up there, as well as the Mongolian ability. The Mongolian ability is also pretty cool. That I can't lie. However, Court of Love will always have a special place in my heart. Will forever. Forever have a special place in my heart. Okay, so we're going to go and settle that. We got 2 turns until the Ancestral Hall, and we've got the Builder card in. So I'm just going to hold off settling that for a turn, whilst I get everything sorted. Ursa, there was something in the desert. What did you do? That wasn't me, that was Australia. Australia came over and razed the city. They totally razed it to the floor. So I took 4 of their cities in revenge, and then stole this one as well from loyalty. So I feel the trade was fair. But they started it. They started it, so I finished it. That's what happened. Now you know. Oh yes, look at this. All of my cities are now connected, apart from the pub and these 7 ones, but we're getting there. We're getting there slowly. Yes. Yes. Must continue to spread. Petra City, wow, Petra City's like here. I still maintain this is probably the best Petra City. But what we're doing is we're now saving up faith, and we're going to get Imatap. And once we got Imatap, we can just build in Petra in one go. That's the plan. At least you left Ballarat alone. Hey, look, I respect Australian independence, alright? I'm not going to be that guy. Even though Australia attacked me. Oh, thank you very much, Petscam. Where railroad to ally? It's on the way. It's on the way. Look, I've got these ones coming down. We'll go and build to Canada over here. I've got this one building up. He's building up to Germany. It's all a matter of time. It's all a matter of time. Don't you worry. We're getting there. Slowly does it. See, look at this. Settler, 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 settler. It's that time of the game. I need to get all of these units in the cities as well, because happiness situation could improve drastically. Is John alive so that you can send him a nuke? Yep. So would you choose 5 cities with lots of districts or 50 cities with no districts? I would choose 50 cities. Because that's just the way that Civ 6 rocks, you know? It's just the way that Civ 6 rocks. You have to have as many cities as possible. And that's okay, we don't mind that. Okay, this is now finished, so we can now go Railway Station and Sprawling Empire on turn 115. You know what? A little bit of war is good for everyone, you know? That's what they say. A little bit of war is good for everyone. I'm pretty sure I've always heard that. Actually going to put the preserve down there, because I want to just supersize this tile. It's kind of funny. Yes. Yes, and then we can remove some rainforest as well. You get a settler. You get a settler. I know. I know. I know. It's that time of the game. Everyone gets a settler. It's going to be great. Fine. You just keep going. Oi! I want your orangen. Give the smack. Just give it. Oh, okay. 60 gold. Did you see that? The AI didn't actually want to trade because it denounced me, but if you actually go into the menu, they often do. They just accept it after a while. That'll do. War, what is it good for? Absolutely everyone. It's true. You can't deny that. War's brilliant. War is fun. quote. Ursa, what unit do you wish was buffed in Civ 6? What unit do I wish was buffed in Civ 6? That's a good question. I think I would like it if some of the classical swordsman units were buffed again. You know, we've had that swordsman man-at-arms problem for a little while, so I think Legion are not as powerful as they should be. And I think that the Immortals are also not as powerful as they should be as well. Oh, Persian Immortals. I always feel really sad when you see Persian Immortals. They're so weak. I know some people really like them, but for me, just the cost of them compared to what you get, I don't know. I feel like they're being let down by the system, you know? Legion will get their time in Civ 7. Oh, you don't know the half of it. I played Rome for a reason when I played Civ 7. Like, you can't offer me Rome and not expect me to have a go with Rome. They were a lot of fun. And Legion being powerful for all 150 to 200 turns, I think Civ 7 is going to be really, really, really good for people who like to play on epic and marathon speed. If you're one of these people that likes to play the game on epic or marathon speed, I think this is going to be the game for you. I think you'll really, really enjoy it. I genuinely do. So I'm looking forward to seeing what people think of that. What's happening in Toronto? Is the storm or just Barbs took that out? I feel like it's just Barbs taking this out. Who knows? It is, it's just Barbs taking Toronto out. I love it. Military emergency. This is why we saved quite a lot of our Diplo favor. I'm going to vote 4 times down on it. Oh no, the Florida man has converted. I'll vote 1 time down on that one. Hopefully, with 1, 2, 3, 4 allies. Nope. Okay, military emergency pass. Australia wants another round. Fine. Fine. I've got printing. This is a very bad time. Very bad time for Australia to declare war on me. Members win. Oh, here we go. Do I get a relic? Oh, religious emergency. Yeah, we won. Okay, I was looking at it thinking, like, I swear I didn't lose that. But no, of course we didn't. I took their religion out. So I get the relic. Wait, what? How have they got... Hang on. Hang on a second. How have I got no score for a religious emergency that I won that's my own city? How does that work? What? That's not very nice. Oh dear, oh dear. I think that's just mean. That's just mean. Alright, the home of Ursa Ryan. Here we go. Attempt number 2 on this city. Attempt number 2. Oh dear. How am I going to put this preserve? Down here, I think. I know, Florida men things. They promise the world and then deliver nothing. That's what happened. Preserved by the ley lines. Yeah, possibly, but don't forget, I'm going to also put down my aqueduct here, right? The aqueduct will go down and it'll give all of these tiles the improvements as well. So, we'll see some of it. See some of it. If you don't trade, I'll send Wilhelmina to your house in the desert. We all truly fear, all godly men fear Wilhelmina. I think that's fair to say. I think that's absolutely fair to say. I'm trying to think. The problem with Highlands maps is that getting canals is quite difficult, but I could build a canal there. I just can't then build an aqueduct. This kind of defeats the point, really, doesn't it? I might settle on the ley line. Yeah, let's go settle on the ley line. And it blocks Germany off from this whole area of the map, and this becomes mine. So I don't mind that. That's cool. Like, how cool does Preserve in the Desert look? It's like a little oasis. Yeah, exactly. Isn't this like... It's one of the cooler models. I agree. I do agree. It's very, very cool. It's very, very cool. Do we stay Theocracy? Now here we go. I'll poll this one because this is an interesting question. Gov Tier 2. So we've got an option. We can either go Monarchy, which is housing from walls, Diplo favor, and city-state. Or we go Theocracy. And Theocracy is faith generation, the power of the Florida men, and a faith discount as well, which could be applied to something like the letter. This is going to be quite an interesting choice between the two governments. So let me know what you think. I know monarchy is traditionally seen as the most powerful tier 2 government by a considerable way. But is Florida men worth going Theocracy? That's the question. We'll never truly know. Until we vote. Until we vote, and then we will know. Oh, loads of luxuries coming in here. Thank you for the donation, Pets Game. That is incredibly kind of you again. Thank you very much. What would the Byzantium government look like? It would be tyrannical. I would be considered to be a tyrant, no doubt. So no joke, when I was playing Civ 7, there was the choice between, what was it, autocracy, classical republic, despotism, and I went immediately for being a despot, which tells you everything you need to know about my form of government. I consider myself to be a despot, and when I got the celebration, the golden age, for getting like enough happiness in my empire, I have this little lovely pop-up that said, "Congratulations, despot! It's We Love the Despot Day." And I was like, oh, I don't know how I feel about that. It was so funny. But I think we can all agree, as long as the government system in Byzantium has me at the top, and solely me. Actually, no, I say that Byzantium will have two great houses. It'll have me, and it'll have YouTube live chat. And we'll be bickering at each other the entire time. We'll be totally disconnected. Like, you'll be like, oh, you should do this. And I'll be like, no, I should go and do this thing instead. And no one will ever agree. And it will be a system of chaos that no one will enjoy. Like, no one at all. We'll all be looking there being like, why? Why did we think this was a good idea? Okay, no one thought this was a good idea. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. I tell you what, I'm going to quickly get myself a harbour in Adelaide. Do I know what harbours are? I do know what harbours are. Oh, it's full of districts. I can't do that right now. Ignore me. I need the mausoleum. I need the mausoleum. That's kind of what I'm doing right now. Tyrant in the Roman sense or tyrant in the modern sense. One is relatively good and one lasts something like 6 months. We'll see how long my YouTube career lasts for, eh? Right. We are looking in this empire either for canals or for aqueducts. That's kind of what we're looking for here. So I think I'll pop a city here, because then I can aqueduct over. Every city must have at least one aqueduct and one preserve. That's kind of the main thing. So let's try that. As long as we've got a holy site, as long as we've got a preserve, what my cities are then doing is just settler spamming. We've got a lot of settlers coming out. I want to get to maybe about 25 settlers. 25 cities. That's my plan. We'll see how that goes for now. In the meantime, we'll work on sciencey things. Oh, thanks again, Pets Game. It's very kind of you. Very kind of you. I really appreciate it. 3 rulers like Rome. Ursa, Potato, and Bo. We should be the tier 1 government choices. That's what we should do. The 3 of us. Chaos personified. All I can guarantee you right there is that that would be a terrifyingly bad government, and we would not want to be part of that at all. If you had Bo's, me and Potato as your options for being in charge. Oh dear. That would be terrible. Right, what are we going to do? We've got... Oh, what do we want to do? I'd say let's get production on units and let's go for duplicates of olives because Germany's got them. Vote twice. Playing Ursa's Civ. We are indeed playing my Civ. This is great. No amenities to olives. Oh, sorry, Germany. I wrecked that for you. Whoops. What government are we going to go for? Oh, my lord.
New donation from Lord Paulie. 3 lots of civilian 7 Baltimore trip talk. But what about the city itself? Did you try Baltimore pit beef or Fately's crab cakes?
Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the coffee donation. Lord Paulie. It is Lord Paulie. Hello, I thought it might be you. Lots of Civ 7 Baltimore trip talk, but what about the city itself? Did you try Baltimore pit beef or crab cakes? I tried neither. So, I meant to try the crab. The crab was absolutely up there on my list of things that I wanted to try. I really did want to go and try the crab. I did not. And I do regret not trying the crab. I wish I had. But they say you can't do everything in one go and you have to give yourself a reason to go back, right? So potentially this is the reason to go back to Baltimore, is to try the crab. So we'll go back on that. But pit beef, no, what's pit beef? I haven't heard of pit beef. You'll have to explain what that is as a concept for me. Is that just like a form of barbecue? Barbecue pit, is that what you call it? I don't know. I think the vote, by the way, was to stay monarchy. Was to stay monarchy. Wow, I didn't expect that. Fair enough. We're staying as a monarchy. Oh, we got oligarchic legacy. Damn, that's the wrong legacy. We did not want that. Ah, it's a chill stream. What's going on? I don't know. Baltimore talk. The local variant of barbecue ribs. Man, I didn't try it. I tell you what, one of the big problems, I say problems, right? Get out Ursa's tiny violin time, right? One of the problems about this trip was because it was all done in secrecy, I couldn't tell anyone I was going. And because of that, I also couldn't then ask for advice or like recommendations or whatever. So if I'm normally going somewhere, I'll ask people, where are the best places to go? Where are the best restaurants? What are the attractions? What's the stuff I want to do? I really wanted to do that in Baltimore. But because it was all secret, I couldn't ask anyone. So I feel like I've missed out on a bunch of stuff, you know, like all these different experiences, like pit beef and crabs and stuff. I got to see the aquarium. I am genuinely happy I got to see the aquarium. The aquarium was absolutely awesome. So that I'm really happy that I got to see. I've got the letter, by the way. The letter's in. Annoyingly, it's James is up next. Imhotep, we're having to wait quite a bit of time for Imhotep, but we'll wait. It's worth it. Oh, Justin, hello. Oh, thank you so much for the donation. That's incredibly kind. I wake up in the morning and you're still streaming. Here's money. Oh, thank you very much. Don't worry. This is not a continuation stream from yesterday. I must point that out. I stopped streaming about 10 o'clock in the evening and then I've resumed about 14 hours later. This is not a marathon stream. This is a stream that is designed to chill, to relax, to catch up back on time, just to have a chat. to banter between us all, you know. This is kind of the fun thing. I'm really enjoying. So, and it turns out today I am busy. Oh no! Why did Otter put that into the game? So we've got the birthplace, the home of Ursa, Ryan, and we've got the birthplace of Paul. I know. Use a Hardingham for a violin. It has double strings. I love it. Good for you on Seeing the Aquarium. Oh man, hang on. Hang on. Let me see if I can find this. If I can find this is really cool. Let me just. So there was an aquarium in Baltimore, and I believe the aquarium is, if not the biggest in the States, biggest national aquarium in the States, I believe it was at least the second biggest. Oh no. Oh, I've moved my pictures. Damn. You have to ask me later in the supporter chat. Ask me later in the supporter chat. I've got some video of some absolutely awesome sharks. Like, they're really cool. Like, oh yeah, big boys. Remind me. I'll show you the pictures. They're very cool. Right. This is all wood. Now we've got out of the rainforest belt. The land is so much more appealing. We can work with this. This is really, really good. My lord, is this Cree again? This is Cree. Wow. If there's one thing about the Poundmaker music, is that they don't hold back, do they? It's just like, whoa, here we are, and we're like, okay, give me this, people of the Cree, give me this.
New donation from Lord Paulie 3. You sneak peeked a wonder list for Civilian 7, but there was no Uni of Sancor. On a scale of 1 to Oxford University, how disappointed were you?
Oh, thank you again, Lord Paulie. Appreciate it. You sneak peeked a wonder list for Civ 7, but there was no University of Sancor. On a scale of 1 to University, how disappointed were you? I was only about 2 disappointed. And the main reason for that is I'm pretty sure it is a wonder, but I'm pretty sure it's just a wonder in a later era. Because, I mean, the chances of Marley being in the game, I feel are pretty high. I feel like that's a pretty high chance of something, you know? So, yeah. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed we'll have the University of Sancor. Nice try, though. I can see you trying to trip me up here. I did not say it. Such blasphemy. Not out of this mouth. No, no. Yeah, the Cree singers. Getting back to what I was saying before. I love it. I love the energy. I love the sound. But you do kind of wish they gave, like, 75% of what they're doing, you know? Like, give me that, but like 75% of it. And then I think we're gonna have a lot of fun. Oh dear. You'll keep trying, will you? That's the thing. I believe you. I believe you will keep trying. That's the thing. I gotta keep my guard up. Otherwise they'll get me. Paul will get me. Ursa, are you going to try Civ multiplayer at all? I play multiplayer. People, I think there's this common thing, right? Where most people, and I think it is the majority, most people, when they talk about multiplayer, all they mean is playing with friends. I think there is a very small and very loud minority who quite rightfully really, really enjoy the CPL and better balanced gameplay mods and stuff like that. And it's really fun. Like, as I said, I've said this before, the skill level of people who play at that level is absolutely astronomical. But I don't have any interest in learning CPL. It's such a different game, and it's such a step up in terms of time commitment being able to like lock in the time for all of these things. But multiplayer generally, yes, I do intend to play more with my friends and with other streamers. I've got plans. We have collab plans in Watch This Space. I think we got some really good ideas. We should have some fun stuff coming up. Fingers crossed. Not even close. Georgia Aquarium in Atlanta is the biggest. The main tank is 24 million liters of water. The National Aquarium in Baltimore's main tank is a mere 8 million. Wow. So the main tank in Baltimore was massive. Like, I will give it that. It was absolutely amazing to see. I did hear that the Atlanta Museum was pretty big. I didn't realize it was that much bigger. That's quite cool. That is quite exciting. Ottotopia? I feel like Inquisitive Otter here was taking some liberties. The names of some of these cities. It's supposed to be my nation. What's Ottotopia doing there, eh? Oh dear. Did I try crab cake? No, I didn't try crab cakes. Big loss, you know? I feel like I should have done. I wish I had. But it's more reason to go back, you know? Like, it's more reason to... Why am I doing it this way? Come on, let's just do it the normal way. It's more reason to go back and enjoy Baltimore again. It was so hot, though. Like, as somebody who lives practically on the Scottish border, it was so hot and humid. I was barely coping. I genuinely was barely coping. So, I mean, that was, yeah. Oh. You'd step outside. It just hits you like a wave. It's like, bam, there it is. Absolutely crazy. The aquarium fact checks. What are Ursa Ryan streams for, if not for fact checks about American aquariums? What else would we be learning about? Sadly, gotta go. Have fun. Lots of crisps and huzzah to the chat. Thanks so much, Pets Game. Have a lovely day. Chat soon. Really good to have you on stream. Thank you very much for all the donations. Really appreciate it. Very kind. Thank you. Most of us would find the northern UK to be too cold. Oh yeah, no, I don't get me wrong. It is cold. Like, I'm not defending its heat level at all. It's cold. It is cold. We haven't really had a summer. We haven't really had a summer at all this year. It's been so wet. The lakes in the Lake District, they go up and down with rainfall. And we are approaching winter flood levels in some of the lakes at the moment. Such has been the amount of rain we have had in this brave new world of climate change. Yeah, no, we haven't really had much of a summer at all. I prefer the cold. I massively prefer the cold. I would rather, and this is going to be... I'm going to need somebody to translate this into Fahrenheit for me, because I don't know Fahrenheit to Celsius conversion. Not off the top of my head, anyway. But I would prefer it to be about -5 degrees Celsius than 30 degrees Celsius. I can survive below freezing. Because you put on coats, you put on hats, you get snug in pubs, you have roast dinners, you generally just enjoy yourself, right? It is a nice time, it's a nice place to be. I can't deal with hot temperature. Like, cold temperature you can warm up. Hot temperature you can't cool down. Like, it just doesn't work like that. It's just... Oh. Ugh. No. No, no, no. Okay, right, Adelaide now can build the harbour. I really need this harbour quickly. Can we just get this done fast? Thank you. I need to work this city quick up. Die at -5 Celsius. It's not that cold. No, exactly. We have a lot of people in this audience who live in Scandinavia. We've got Finnish, we've got Norwegians, we've got Swedish, you know, the big three. Nothing that I deal with is truly that cold compared to a lot of what Scandinavia deals with. So I'm not trying to pull the wool over your eyes on that one. Not at all. -5 is like 20. I don't know is the short answer. I'm very sorry. Fahrenheit is a system that it passes me by. I don't really get how it works. It's like you take a number, you divide it by 2 and then subtract something, or do you subtract something and then divide it by 2? I don't know. I don't know. City number, what would this be? 15. The highest hill in England. The highest hill in England is Scafell Pike. Just so you know. Now you know. Now you know. We have up to -40 degrees here in southern Siberia. Oh man. Siberian weather is a thing of its own. My goodness. There's cold and there's cold. Oi! Oi! I just noticed that. What are you doing to Muscat? You're my military ally. There's nothing I can do about... Ugh, rubbish. -32 plus 1.8 equals Fahrenheit. Oh, I see what you mean. Right, I get the equation. Sorry, I was looking at that and it was making no sense to me. But yeah, okay, I get what you mean. Yes. That doesn't surprise me. I think that's probably correct. Funky little tune, isn't it? Now, some of these preserves won't entirely help. I should have cut that down, shouldn't I? Never mind. The city that it's being built in, but they will get there eventually. It's all fun. Some famous climber used to train there. There is a hut, and his old equipment is displayed there. I had some steak there while tenting outside. Have you been there, Ursa? Are you talking about Scafell Pike? I might have to clarify, sorry. My brain and conversation moved on from what we were talking about. Are you talking about Scafell Pike? In which case, yes, I have climbed most of the fells. Not all of the fells, but most of the fells in the Lake District. I'm on to like, there's about 214 Wainwrights, they're called. Which is the local term for fells in the Lake District, named after somebody who wrote a good set of books about them. And I'm on, so out of 214, I've done 175 or something. I haven't done any recently. At all, we have not done any walking, and that is one of the major reasons that we, Sleepy and I, are like, we got to go back down to 5 days a week. We've got to actually have a bit of time off. Not a lot of time off, but just like a bit of time off here and there, you know? We can actually go and explore nature again. Go and see, like, the natural world. It's an alien thing to a lot of gamers, but to us, it's very necessary. This is my favorite Civ 6 leader. Oh, that's a good question. My favorite Civ 6 leader. If you're asking me in single player, like if you just gave me a game and you were like, who gives you the most joy if they came up? It's got to be a tie between 3. I'll give you a choice of 3, right? I won't go further than that. 3 is as good as you'll get me. It's either going to be Tokugawa, Eleanor, or Matthias. So England, Japan, or Hungary of those leaders. Oh, fine. Give me a book. Yeah, cool. Eleanor times 2. Yeah, it's tempting to say Eleanor times 2. Now, those will probably be my choices, I would say. Tokugawa is a lot of fun. Because Tokugawa, you can just have a game like this, right? Just chill. Sit and chill. Do your own thing. Have trader, it's all going amongst your own land. Just enjoy life. I haven't changed my government in ages, but I really don't need to. This is very, very chill. It's just what I'm up to. Da, 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 da. Feeling suddenly very Scottish. Bonnie Dundee! So bonny! Where's my preserve going to go? Oh, here! That's a great place to... Can we get a win for Tokugawa? It's true, we should. Yeah, Tokugawa I think is up there with my list of people that I'm normally excited to go and see. If you threw me into a game with them, you know? So now what I'm doing, by the way, is I'm just building railroads to all of my far-flung settlements. My aim here is to be able to get rapid settlers out as fast as I can to my far-flung areas of the map. Just to get out there as quickly as I can. We're also going to pick up James, and then Imhotep's coming up next. Just in time. Some good wonder building, hopefully. My least favourite civs. Ooh. You know what? I just like playing Civ, but even old, fair and balanced Ursa, who hates to have an opinion about anything, even I have Civs that I don't like seeing. I don't, and I think this is pretty common knowledge, because I know this isn't necessarily a particularly popular opinion. I don't particularly like to play Persia. I think Persia is a little bit rubbish. So if I see Persia pop up on like a random display, my heart sinks a little, you know? I'm like, yay! Yay, it's Persia! Woo! But I think I don't think that's an uncommon opinion, you know? I think Persia were one of those civs, right, that massively got hit by power creep. Poor old Cyrus. I mean, the thing is, right, is that Cyrus is quite fun. Don't get me wrong. It's, on all accounts, the ability to just run at people. Persia, Cyrus's entire ability, right, is just Naruto run. Fling your arms behind your back, and then run at full speed and shout surprise. Which, I get that. Like, the meme ability absolutely is up there. I do respect it, but I don't know. Just something about Persia as a civ. The trade routes are just a bit naff, and the improvements just a bit naff, and the immortals are just a bit naff, you know? I don't know. He is OP in BBG multiplayer, I'm sure. The problem with BBG, and I think a lot of people that play BBG forget this, is that a lot of us don't play BBG. And no, the thing that a lot of people who play BBG forget is it's a very different game. It's a very, very different game. Like, a lot of civs have been changed entirely. You know, one of the main reasons, right, I can't get on board with BBG. Tell me if this is true or not. This is probably not true. But this is what I am led to believe. I was told that Court of Love, Eleanor's ability Court of Love, has been taken out of the game. Because people didn't think it was very good in BBG multiplayer. Is that true? Is Court of Love out of the game? Because I think that sort of explains BBG for me, really. I might be wrong. I'm probably wrong. I'm always happy to be wrong. It's still there, but just weaker. Just weaker. Oh. Big, beautiful Gilga, bro. Oh, man. If that's what BBG stood for, there'd be a lot more of us playing it. Muscat, no! When I wasn't going to intervene, I didn't care that much. But no! I think a lot of the changes that BB make work really, really... BBG, they work really, really well for multiplayer. Like, really, really well. But it's a very different game. A very, very different game. And I don't know. I just never really got into it. Better balance to build Kyoga, bro. I love scouts. I love scouts. Oh dear. Dear oh dear. F in chat. F in chat for the soon demise. Bam. Oh dear. That was poor play. Never mind. Right, that's it. Yeah, exactly. Some things in single player work really, really well. I think the thing that I like about single player is that you can just play with some really crazy and funny strategies. The game is literally your oyster. You can just do with it what you want, and you're free to kind of have fun. Whereas with multiplayer... New York. With multiplayer, the issue is that a lot of the more interesting and different concepts all have to get taken out of the game in the interest of balance. So, I don't know, sometimes I just feel like a lot of the soul of the game is gone. I don't know, a lot of people say as well, like, oh, do you think YouTubers just don't like BBG because they wouldn't be very good at it? And like, don't get me wrong, right? I have never ever claimed at any point that I would be any good at CPL. I would lose so fast in those games because I'm just not practiced at it. It's totally different from anything that I have ever done. I have huge respect. Like, when I spoke to Liege about some of the multiplayer that he does, like, oh man, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Full respect. Just not something I'm practiced at, you know? It would take a long time for me to get good at it. And if I did that, you wouldn't be getting content. You know, I wouldn't be able to do the videos, so it's kind of like a bit of a choose your poison. There's 6 Appeal Stone south of New York, is there? Oh yeah. What's going on down here? This is 6 Appeal as well. Oh, do you reckon there's a natural wonder? I don't know if there is. Looks like there might be. Look at this, I'm building railways to get my settlers to the spots I want really quickly. Oh, it's so cool. Ursa's a fiend. He's a railroad building fiend. Bam. Right, there is the harbour. Okay. That's just the lighthouse. Now I can get that route sent out. Send it out from Byzantium. Now we can go for a mausoleum. Ta-da! And in 2 turns we can pick up Imitab, which is cool. Barbarossa alliance ended. Reclaim Muscat. Oh, Barbarossa. He's got knights. He's got a lot of army. It doesn't feel like a very chill stream. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If this was if we were being super aggressive this game, then yes. But I would rather just chill and chat. You know, if I go full war, I'm gonna be so distracted by that we won't be able to chat. We want to chat instead. That's the whole aim here. Outside of Bose, which other content creators did you find yourself talking to most in Baltimore? So I don't want to give you a false impression, right? Bose and I, we get on like a house on fire. I don't know what it is, but we have a very, very similar humor. We have a very similar view on a lot of stuff. We just get on really well. So I spoke to Bose a lot. Other people I spoke to Jumbo Pixel, the New Zealand content creator who does lots of gameplay update videos and stuff. Jumbo was really cool. Obviously, I spoke a lot to Potato. I met RT Game properly for the first time. I bumped into RT Game very briefly when I was in the Yogscast office for the Jingle Jam. I think he was there at the same time. So RT Game was really lovely. Spiff. I've met Spiff on a couple of occasions now, and Spiff is just absolutely lovely. Couldn't recommend getting to know Spiff more. Genuinely lovely person. Huge amount of time for Spiff. Who else did I talk to? Pravis. I met Pravis for the first time. Pravis is a very, very big YouTuber who does a lot of strategy games and stuff. He was great to talk to. Actually, watching Pravis grill a lot of the devs was quite entertaining. He was willing to just like get stuck in there, you know, like really give him some good hard questions, and I like that. So that was quite fun. Game Mechanic. I got to meet Game Mechanic properly. After, of course, the Game Mechanic famously dismantled me on the final day of the Jingle Jam. Not the Jingle Jam, the Civ Give. So I still maintain to this day, I won the warm-up game and I won one of my heats. So I think I did quite well in the Civ Give. I'm proud of my performance generally. My team won all of the heats. And then I threw... by declaring war, I got bullied into the idea by chat, and donations, large charitable donations came in, getting me to declare war on TGM, and he flattened me. He absolutely flattened me. It was so funny. It was, I think, the highlight of the stream. Watching me rock up with the cavalry and going, right, it's my time to strike, and then he just bombs me. It was so bad. He felt so bad. I was chatting to him and he was like, oh, I felt so bad about it. And I was like, no, don't feel bad. It was comic gold, and TGM deserved to win massively. Like, really strong player. TGM was lovely. So I got to chat to TGM quite a bit. In terms of developers as well, Carl, we spoke to Carl a lot. Carl the Barbarian, he was really sweet. I liked him. He just got the impression that he was the sort of person that just wanted to hang out with us. You know? Just chill with the crowd. And I respect that massively. Got a golden age, by the way. He's sort of like a de facto community manager. Yeah, he's not actually the community manager. The new one is Sarah. I saw her pop up on Reddit. We've been chatting a little bit, actually. She seems really cool. I met her briefly in Baltimore. Because they had the Gamescom recently in Cologne, right? I didn't do anything with that. I was thinking about going to Cologne and seeing it all. Didn't in the end, but yeah, she seems really cool. Just trying to think of any other creators. I mean, there were so many creators, right? It was difficult. Oh, I saw Drew Donnell from across the room. I saw Drew Donnell from a distance, and that one was weird for me. So here's the thing, right? Story time for Ursa. Now that I'm getting a little bit older and a little bit more confident, and I've been through multiple careers, and this is my new thing, I'm generally pretty confident when it comes to just going over and talking to people, because I don't really mind if I make a fool of myself, right? I don't mind if I make a fool of myself. So I'm happy just to go and just chat to people. I got so starstruck by Drew Donnell, I did not say a word to him. I left him alone, right? He was across the room. I saw him. I ogled from a distance and didn't go anywhere near. I was such a wimp. And the reason for that is Drew Donnell he was the person that played Civ 5 that I first watched, and he got me into being a YouTuber. Like, I am a YouTuber because of Drew. Drew and the Yogscast. Those two sources are the reason I got into YouTubing. And it's a difficult one to be like, hey, you were really popular 10 years ago and I watched you and I really like your stuff, and I'm like, it's very, yeah, crazy. So, yeah, that was quite funny. But otherwise, no, just me and Bose just get on really well. That's the nice thing, right? Oh, man. That was really good. Anyway, right, I'm going to go for like 5 minutes. I'm just going to top up my drinks. I'm going to use the loo. Go grab a snack. We'll resume with this with a Renaissance era Golden Age pick. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. So I'll see you in a little bit. Hello. I'm back. I'm back. I'm watered, fed, ready to go. How's everyone doing? Oh, everyone's doing good. It's been really nice. I've enjoyed these streams. They've been really nice just to chill and catch up and discuss stuff, you know? Huzzah! Hello. I always like it when people say, oh, I've just come in and he's on a break. It's like, I was streaming for almost 2 hours when I was away for 5 minutes. Your timing is impeccable. Well done. We're going for just in the middle. Hello, everyone. Right, we're chill streaming. As a reminder to people who may be new, we are playing the Byzantium Empire, which is all about green districts and staying in golden ages. As long as we can do those two things, we'll be more than happy. And also, you know, building railways, because that's what we do. But that's fine. We're all good. We're going to pick a golden age. We've got to go for a Renaissance golden age. And I think I know which way I'm going to be going, because looking at the map, there's still no continent split at all. So, Higsunk Dracones is going to be nigh on useless. So I think I know which way I'm going to be going. But, let's have a look. Hey Ursa, what does Civ 7 say to railroads and canals? There better be more canals. We've seen a railroad, or at least a railroad building, right? We haven't seen any actual tile improvements yet. I know as little as you do. I'm going to go Monumentality. I think we've got to. We're going to just quickly buy Imhotep, but after that, then we'll start getting ourselves some settlers. Or at least going for the monuments and builders and whatever. I love railroads. I love them so much. Just the ability to go and settle like anywhere you want. I'm going to go and settle down here. Because I can, you know? Because I can. Build the railroad. Fast as you can. I'm not paying you over 2,000 gold for peace. Alright? You declared war on me. Also, get lost. Ugh. He's got me on the ropes, he does. He's absolutely got me on the ropes. What am I doing? What's going on? Who am I? I need help. I need absolute help. Right. Let's go buttress to unlock the dams. How do railroads work in Civ 7? Did you ask that? I did ask it, and I was given no answer. I was laughed at as if they thought my question was silly because I am the railroad guy. And I was like, no. I actually need an answer here because I'm visibly shaking. I need to know. Please tell me. Please tell me what's going on with the railroads. And you know, so yeah, we'll get a good answer. We'll get a good answer eventually. One day. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start sending trade routes out to other people. So we can start to get tourism with them. So start to pick these up now. Tourism is something we're going to be wanting in a bit. Eventually. And look, we can just railroad directly to the place I want to settle. And bam! Tiny town. Not that small. Is it that small? Oh, look at the... Okay, the tile yield over here is pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm going to put the preserve down. There. Pick up these woods. That'll be good. Any chance this turn 1 save could be uploaded to Discord today? Hang on. Yes. If I can find it quickly. It doesn't matter how many times I get the save files. They live in a place on the computer that can never be found first time. Ah yeah, got it, right. Here you go. What's your name? For Michael. If you know, you know. There you go. And I want to see you reacting to that, right, Michael? I want you to be on Discord right now. And I want you to spell something out for me, please. Okay? In emojis or reactions. I'll be watching. I'll be watching. I'm only 20 hours away from 10k. It's perfect to do it in an Ursa map. Oh, that's 10k hours is that's a shift. Fair play to you. Fair play. May I interest you in other games? Says Ursa. Why do we do this to ourselves? Why do we do this to ourselves? Hi Ursa, finally caught you on stream. Hello, it's me. Oi, no, you can't spell that. You can't spell. No, naughty, naughty. Alright, I'm shutting that. I will not be riled by your filth. Dear oh dear. Dear oh dear. That's all I'm saying. Right. Let's go. So we got buttress, which means we can now put down the dam, the second district. We're going to go to mass production. We're going into industrialization. I will build some industrial zones in this game. The aim being, once I get factories, they'll be quite handy. I think. Just trying to think of the best place I can settle. Do I want to head in this direction at all? Probably not. Actually, I want to kind of go around there, don't I, to that river? Yeah, okay, let's keep the railroad going. The railroad must continue. It's the entire stream is just basically I set up a situation where I could put railroads down everywhere. That's all we did. Okay. And all of my frontline cities, these are the ones I'll put the stuff down. Oh, that's a Tagma. Uh-huh. Alright, I think I might have just accidentally built a railroad all the way to my land. We may get hordes of Tagma towards us now. Don't ask. But, yes, I think that might be a risk. Why not plonk a city right next to the Chocolate Hills? Yeah. We'll do that. We're going to plonk cities everywhere. And plonk cities absolutely everywhere. Don't you worry about that. I'm going to plonk a city there. Aqueduct there. Preserve there. Then I'm going to put a city there. No. Oh, this is the thing, because you want maximum cities, right? That city will go there, and then I'll put another city there. This city will build a preserve. Nope, not that. That. Like so. This one's got that tile. This city is a bit annoying. No, hang on. This city can go there. Aha! It's so convoluted, it's almost genius. Right, let's go for it. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Off we go. Love it. Love it. Before you get Tagma rushed, look, they can try and Tagma me if they want, but they won't get anywhere. Because I'm Ursa. And I'm invincible. Probably. Tiny town wants an aqueduct. They all want aqueducts. Everyone wants an aqueduct. It's fine. They'll get what they get given. It's a warrior monk. We're being warrior monk rushed. It's happened. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh no. Woe is me. We haven't upgraded my army in ages, by the way, but I've got a pretty decent standing army, right? I've got 600 military strength just kicking around. Don't curse her and Ursa. Ah, dear. I like that. Oh, here's Vitagma. Yep. Right, hang on. I'm going to 3 it by going bam, and then I can go like, wee! Now I'm off. Goodbye. There's the walls. So, you know, like, we can throw walls up pretty quickly. This is fine. And now we can get Imhotep. Right, there is the last engineer that I really want. Actually, Da Vinci. No, Da Vinci can't build before. So we'll build Mausoleum. Then we'll have a bunch of stuff to build other wonders with. Which will be good. And now I can make a few more armed units as well, because we've got a lot of just random barbs running around in my lands. This preserve. Which one is this one? This one. Alright. Okay, I need to unimprove this tile. But the grove goes... Whoop! 9 food on a tile. Yes. Yes. Actually, look, I can just move using the railroad. Look at that. And then we'll remove that improvement. Bam. Lovely. And then aqueduct goes. And we'll pop that somewhere that's adjacent to it all. Pop it there. Done. Do I have a victory condition in mind for this map? Yes, I do. Oh, we're going to be going culture victory today. We've already got 49 tourism just from random stuff I've picked up. I haven't really tried. But we will get a lot of tourism next era because we're going to unlock the Haven. And the Havens are full of tourism. They're wonderful. We're also now just getting a lot of culture so that eventually we can just go straight to conservation. Should be handy, and then I can start planting forests everywhere. This is very chill. Is this Indonesia? This is Georgia. Was Indonesia before? Indonesia could have been the one before. Admittedly. I wasn't listening. Byzantium can do any victory condition. Byzantium is the victory condition. You know? We are one. We are all. We are everything. We are all conditions to all people. Why is no one buying anything? What is this, multiplayer? Alhambra, lovely.
People can have the Model T in any color, so long as it's black.
I'm not buying anything because I already have all of their gold. I don't have all of their gold. There's always more gold. There's always more gold. Trade routes. Trade routes I do need to get more of soon. But I'm going to pick up... Do I pick up liberalism? Everyone's so unhappy. But I've got things I can do for that. I think we're gonna be fine. Let's just check in again, see if there's peace. No, 45 gold per turn. 15 turns before this emergency ends. Oh my lord. Just like, come on. Just end. Why bother? We're done. Bored of it all. So there's mass production. We're going to get cartography. 2 harbors built. Might be a little bit white. RIP Scout. Oh dear. It's bad when I don't even know where the scout is you're talking about. I'm like, what scout? Which scout? What's going on? It was a worrying sign. Emergencies are way too long. I feel like there should be a way to auto cancel them or like finish them, you know? Okay, right. Settler's now on the railroad. That means we can rush through, which is good. Steam is a bit buggy for you. Oh, really? What's been happening? Why is your Steam buggy? What's occurring? Would removing probabilities improve espionage in Civ 6 in your opinion? It's an interesting conversation, Matt, because we actually spoke to some of the devs about this very thing, right? About spies and rock bands. Specifically about spies and rock bands. And the devs were very much under the impression that one of the main problems was that the percentage chance on this sort of stuff was just too low. If rock bands and spies had like a third of the chance of just dying, so instead of 50% at the beginning, it was like 16%, and then it got better and better, it would be a lot more fun. Because you actually would feel like you could have a pretty decent go at just keeping them alive. And I remember thinking at the time, I was like, yeah, it's not a bad idea, to be fair. Whether that would fix it entirely, I don't know. But it wouldn't be a bad idea. This is just, I'm looking at the moment at spots that would be really good for Colosseum. So I think there's a 6 spot. What I'm going to do is I'm going to complex Colosseum. It's only a 6-city Colosseum. It's not the greatest we've ever seen. It's still pretty good because it hits my big important cities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It doesn't hit the pub though. Ah. Do I want it this side? So many hills. So many hills. That's the problem. It'll do. That's fine. I think Colosseum's still around. Oh no, Colosseum's been built. I don't know. What I will do though is bring a Theodore over to invariably the one place that I'm going to build Kilwa, which is over here. Rail is one of the most important innovations in history, and it barely impacts the game. How dare you, Blood Orange? Railroad is the most important thing in Civ 6. That is why they call this a Civ 6 railway simulator. Look, it's in the title of my nation. Railway is really important. I won't have that. If anything, it's too important. It's too good. Every time I see 18 cities, Florida, man. See you later, Miranda. Goodbye. Have a good time. Okay. I want Canberra to grow now. We need you to get its own preserve. Every city needs a preserve. It's kind of where I am with this whole thing. If you can have a preserve, we should build a preserve. Do you have any thoughts on the Ara History Untold game? It seems like a mix of Civ, Humankind, and Default. I know nothing about it. I have not seen it at all. Which is not ideal for somebody who does these sort of games for a living. I have no visibility on it whatsoever. I really should. I really should. I'm kind of going on other people's opinions, really. Do other people seem to like it? Does it look good? Let me know. I want to see your opinions in the comments. What's Ara looking like? What's the vibe? Can you vibe check it for me?
Lies over me.
How vibey is it? Yeah, that scout is not looking good. Mausoleum though, let's ignore the fact the scout's dying. Let's ignore that. We don't need to know about that. No. No. Okay, Kilwa will be finished. It's coming out next month, and I've always heard about it just yesterday. You've only just heard about it yesterday. Okay, well, I haven't heard about it, and that's not to say that it's not good. I'm just normally very out of the loop on a lot of stuff like this. I'm not a very good news channel, if you hadn't guessed. I learn about a lot of this stuff at the same time you all do. I may or may not have played the alpha build of Ara. I wasn't very impressed. Oh, really? What was wrong? What was the vibe that you were checking? If you had to check that vibe, why and how did you not enjoy it? What's going on with that one? Have you seen Ara? It seems pretty cool to release this next month. Alpha? I have just asked that question. I have not seen Alpha, so I'm gauging people's opinions. What do people think about it? I'm genuinely curious. I know nothing about it at all. I am zero clue about what's going on. I've heard about it, but it looks bad. Oh, people, where's the question about university? Oh man, this is a tale as old as time. This is a tale we've told before. Basically, the short answer of it all is that, to use the phrase of Chris Martin from Coldplay and Gwyneth Paltrow, the institution and I, in real life, consciously uncoupled. We went our own separate ways on less than amicable terms. I went to the university myself and didn't pass the first year. I was reading chemistry. I liked the chemistry. Chemistry was really cool. The university itself, I got the impression very quickly that students were one of the last things that it really wanted to bother with. The whole teaching aspect of it. The teaching aspect of it was somewhat of an inconvenience for it. And, you know, there was a lot of people who just were there to research. And, yeah, it was an interesting experience. I think if you're the sort of person that is really good at learning by yourself, if you can just pick up a topic by yourself and just learn it, and be really inspired and whatever, like, that's great. It would be a really, really good institution for you. Really, really good. If you need teaching or help or support in any way, then I think you would be good to go elsewhere. And I think that's something that I've heard a lot about. A lot of very, using air quotes, reputable, high-end universities, not just the one in question. I suspect it'll probably be quite true in American institutions as well. So yeah, we drifted apart, you know? Oh, you're studying chemistry at Cambridge. Ah. Good luck. If you like teaching, you know what? You'll probably be fine. I think it was just a sort of personality clash. Like, I didn't get on with it, but I think a lot of other people would. So I don't think you've truly got to worry. You do the work, you put the time in, chances are you'll be fine. Oh dear. I shouldn't wind people up. It's an important thing, you know, going to university. We should be supportive and responsible in our feedback. Hang on. This army's not chilling. It's stealing my builders. I don't like this. But luckily, I can move my stuff around quickly. Oh dear. Relationship ended with university. Civ 6 is now my BFF. That's kind of the story of my life. It's true. It's true. He dropped out from an Ivy League and got a similar impression. Individual professors were great, but the institution wasn't taking care of students. I think in very particular example of university, like I think it's clearly geared up for research. Like a lot of very, very clever people are there. Very clever professors at the top of their field. They were there to basically do research. Like that was the whole reason they were there. So the fact they had to teach as well was just a real inconvenience for them. And I could not get more of that impression from so many of them. Which was a shame, because when you consider how much money so many people put in to go to places like that, especially in America. It's even worse in America. Limited to about £6,000 to £10,000 over in the UK per year. Dread to think what it is in America. As much as the US model for universities is broken, it seems like there are some major flaws of the UK model too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not having a bash at UK universities generally. It's one particular university that I have in my crosshairs. As I have got older, I have grown to learn that a lot of the lower end, you might say, universities in the UK, which you might call vocational universities with lower grade requirements, it actually turns out that those universities, not only do they employ you better, and not only do you learn better, but you probably have a more fun time as well. So I think that the system at the moment is kind of just the wrong way around a little bit. There we go. You know, we've done. We've done. How did I not get... Each member gets a relic. What? What am I getting from these emergencies? Did I want to just not get any... No, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, we'll get peace next time. Peace next time. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Actually, I should be getting more settlers, shouldn't I? With my faith. How much is it? 780. Oh, that's expensive. Wow, I can just run my great general all the way down there. Alright, so the night is done. There we go. My brother is going to a private uni. He's having fun with it. Good for him. Yeah. Started in biochemistry. Switched to chemistry partway through, but it done enough biochem that I kept it as a double major. Okay. Also took a bunch of other stuff and now I don't work in physical sciences. The amount of people that go to university and then don't follow up with the career in whatever they were learning is quite high. I think that's a fair thing to say. It's quite high, but you know, it doesn't mean you shouldn't go to university. University generally, hugely positive experience. Would very much recommend that for a lot of people. It is well worth doing, but just yeah, not necessarily for me. I think if timings work out right, the shelf life on YouTube is not so long. Chances are, if I was a betting man, I'm not going to be doing this age 65, right? So I've already thought about it, and I actually probably will end up going back to university once YouTube is done. I would strongly suspect that might happen. In fact, here's a fun thing. Between me leaving my last real job when COVID was on and then deciding to go full-time on YouTube, there was quite a large period of time where the stats of YouTube and this channel generally were they were nowhere near good enough to have a job. Like I mean, I was looking, I think I had like 3,000 or 4,000 subs at the time we were making a lot of these decisions, and you can't survive on that. It would not be a sustainable business at all. So I was genuinely looking at what to do, and I was very, very close to going back to university for the 2022 school year. And as I was thinking about everything, literally as I was thinking about making all these choices and which courses to go for and everything, that was when, between lockdown and everything, that was when the channel started taking off. And we were able to kind of take a bit of a leap. So there's another scenario here, like another path for Ursa that I could have very, very easily gone down. So there you go, bit of random Ursa lore for you there. I almost went back to uni. If it wasn't for the fact that this channel blew up, or started blowing up with lockdown and everything like that, then it wouldn't have happened. There you go. I'm going to send Miss Settler in a different direction. This railroad is not helpful. I thought I might be able to escape. I can kind of get there. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this. Very happy to see that your YouTube career became sustainable. You're the only Civ 6 creator I constantly watch still. Oh, thank you. That's very sweet. It is sustainable. It is. We are very, very lucky, being honest with you, that we have such big and such supportive channel support. Like, I mention it all the time, and I think we do a lot of stuff, right, with naming cities and having places on Discord and selling all of that stuff. But genuinely, the people on Patreon and Coffee, that support base, for the size of channel that we have in terms of sub numbers, and then in terms of support they give and financially, I don't know of another channel that has as strong a support network on that. Like, that is by far one of the most important reasons, one of the important things that helps us to do this full time. It makes a massive difference. In the last 6 months, last 6 to 12 months, we've started doing a little better with the algorithm, and that tends to be because we just are slightly bigger, right? We have more views now. We have more subscribers now. We got a lot more watch time now. People watch our videos a lot more than they previously did. So we're now a little luckier that we can get a little bit more money from YouTube. So we kind of got the double now. But like, that channel support is and was invaluable. Like, there was no conversation about going full time. No conversation whatsoever about going full-time until that support started coming in, you know? So, yeah, no, it's really cool. I still have to pinch myself on a regular basis. It's very, very humbling and very cool at the same time. You certainly also felt a very different niche in the Civ 6 content world than anyone else. Also seems to be the closest to overlapping with you, but it's still pretty decent. Yeah, we do our own thing here, don't we? Daily videos, but like, it's not just daily videos, it's trying to do daily videos in such a way that they're interesting. Because I think a few years ago you could get away with putting up 25, 30 part series on stuff, and it's not really like that anymore. You have to do a little bit more. So we've always wrestled with that middle choice. Like, how do you do daily videos but at the same time still appeal to the algorithm and still appeal to everything else? I hope we find that middle ground. I think we do. I think we do a pretty good job, but yeah, we've got a bit of a different niche, haven't we? We do our own thing. The only problem with what we do is that for sub growth, it's terrible. Our views and our watch time as a channel for our sub levels are really, really good. And it's always been because, like, you know, as an audience, everyone watching this stream right now, you all know exactly when I'm going to upload, right? In the comments now, everyone watching, tell me without looking it up what time for you locally I upload a video every day. Just in the comments, let me know without looking it up. If you can just tell me without looking it up what time on the clock I upload on a regular basis. Look, here we go. 9 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 2. Everyone knows exactly when I upload. Look at this. Look at this. Your heart knows when I've posted. Exactly. So, because people know when I post, and it's the same time every day, nobody ever subscribes. The subscription level that we have is poor compared to the views and watch time we get. And it's like trying to find a way to get people to subscribe is really, really quite difficult. So that's always been the thing we've wrestled with. Like our channel, I'm really, really pleased with the growth we've had. And I mean, getting to 60k was an absolute, it was brilliant. I love it. But like, we're not the sort of channel that we can put one video out and suddenly we get 10,000 subs off a single video. Like if we're lucky, we'll get 15 subs off a video. So we got to tweak that a little bit at some point. We've got to find a way around that one. But we're talking small stuff. We're talking very small stuff. This is genuinely not like a real problem. It's all good fun. Time to go viral. When you do a video every day, going viral is really tricky. Saying that though, the
Kilwa is one of the
Kilwa, yeah, look at Kilwa.
cities in the world.
Saying that though,
The houses
I
there are
remember
entirely
seeing.
made of wood. Their rooftops
So
are
the
of
video we did
grass,
recently,
and it
the
rains
2-hour
great
Civ 7 marathon catch-up, that all information that you ever need to know is in this video. It now has 125,000 views, and it's gained 558 subscribers. 558, look at that. So maybe Civ 7 was just the thing we needed, eh? As many people probably have predicted. Maybe it's just Civ 7 needs to come out, and a bunch of us are going to find a lot of luck from that. But, I thought that was quite funny. Let's just gain Brussels quickly. Ta-da! Shorts, are they useful? Yes. Yes and no. Shorts get you a lot of views and a lot of subs. So we actually get more subs from shorts than we do our long form videos. And it's not even close. Like, it's not even close. Shorts give us so many subs. But what shorts don't do is give you any money at all. The revenue on shorts is basically nothing. So they're good for some things and they're bad for others, you know. We do try and do shorts. The problem is, and I think it's kind of what I was saying, it's kind of the reason we're doing this stream today, right? Is we can only do so much stuff. And we are finding that we're working 7 days a week at the moment, and we can get daily videos out and try and scrap around for Civ 7 stuff and Baltimore stuff and all this whatever, but trying to then do shorts on top of that, shorts take ages to make. For something that's so short, the level of editing and the level of detail that needs to go into a short is so much higher. It's not just like, oh, I'll just film something on my phone and that's fine. There's extra text, there's movement, there's graphics, there's all sorts of stuff that gets put in for a short, which doesn't get put in normally. And it takes forever. So you have to have capacity to make the shorts, you know? That's the whole problem. Why does Byzantium not want peace? Come on. Should we go and just knock the walls of Australia a little bit? Let's go knock the walls of Australia a little bit. Hang on. Bam. There you go. Serves you right. By doing this, we're threatening them. They probably will make peace with me. Hopefully. We shall see. I just thought you needed a clip of the video. The problem is that the clips of videos tend not to be very easily put into shorts. And we did have a really cool thing for a little while. We had a section on the Discord called Shorts for Ursa, where the early bears were making me shorts, or like clipping bits that we could make shorts from. That kind of fell away a little bit because they're quite difficult to find, but Yeah, we should get back into it. Shorts are something we should do. They're just not... I think the other thing as well, the other big problem with shorts is unless you go into shorts knowing that that's what you want to do, no one really finds shorts very fun. They're a bit frustrating. So you have to kind of like rev yourself up into doing a short. I know that Bose very much feels the same way on the topic. So yeah, we should do more. There's always more you can do, right? I never want to make it sound like I'm being defeatist. There's always more you can do. But there's a reason we haven't done that bit. Seriously, man, you're not growing. You were not growing at all, but now you're growing pretty well because of the bad art. No, again, I don't want to descend into total negativity. We were growing quite comfortably. Like in terms of the subs, in terms of like a raw number, we were still gaining 10, 15,000 subs a year. Like it's not nothing. It's just not exponential. So don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining about not growing at all. It was more that we just weren't growing as much as maybe we would like in a perfect world, you know. So yes, so here's a fun thing, right? The badly drawn pictures that I did on Reddit and on the channel and everything, that came about because when I first started that, there were a bunch of Civ events happening that I wasn't getting invited to. And I was like, I feel I'm big enough now, but getting in contact with Civ 7's, or the Thraxis generally, and all the devs was really, really tricky. It was really, really tricky. So I was thinking, what can I do? What is in my power to get in contact with the devs? How do I make sure that Civ 7 launches and there is no possible way they can ignore me, right? Like, what can I do so that you physically can't ignore me? And I was thinking about it and thinking about it. And the one thing that jumped out to me was a bloke called... Oh man, I can't remember. The guy that did the Breath of the Wild drawings until Tears of the Kingdom came out. What was his name? What was his name? Oh, I don't remember the name. Oh man, it's totally gone. I'll have to look it up. But they got to like 950 drawings for Breath of the Wild, and by the time Tears of the Kingdom came out, you couldn't have a trailer launch at all. There was no such thing. Duck Pancake, there you go, Duck Pancake it was. So by the time that Duck Pancake had got started with this stuff, there was no way that any trailer or drop or hint or spoiler or anything like that would hit the internet, and people wouldn't start going, oh, Duck Pancake, you're going to have to draw. Like, there was every announcement that ever came about Tears of the Kingdom being delayed by another 6 months. Everyone immediately would go, oh, don't want to be Duck Pancake right now. Ha 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 ha. And he became so linked in with the launch of the game that I was like, huh, that's a clever thing. So I was like, how do I'm going to get myself totally ingrained in Civ 7. So I was like, right, by the time Civ 7 comes out, they're going to have no choice but to get me involved in the launch, because every time they ever open up their social media thread, I'm not saying anything. I'm just drawing pictures. I'm not being attention seeking in terms of just like pulling on their, you know, like sending them emails and calling them. What I'm doing is getting everyone else to do it for me. And you've probably noticed it on Reddit recently, where every time something comes out, a comment will appear on it and it'll say, oh, Ursa Ryan, I bet you're happy you're not going to have to draw for too much longer. Ursa Ryan, oh, you must be excited about drawing this and that. And I'm being looped in. And eventually the community managers noticed me, and then they noticed the channel, and then they got me involved in Baltimore, and I got to play Civ 7. So, yes, I won't lie. There are business plans, and there are business plans. And that particular one, I felt very happy that it worked out as it did, because that was our best case scenario. We just didn't want to miss out again. I think that was the thing. We just didn't want to feel like we were totally missing out. We wanted to be involved. You know what it was? It was, I remember that Potato got, and Potato, by the way, it is amazing and deserves all the success that Potato gets. Do not misconstrue my words here at all. Potato is a lot bigger than me as well. Potato is massive. What is he like? 470,000 subs now? Crazy numbers. Absolutely mental numbers. But Potato got to go out to Baltimore to launch one of the leader passes. And I was like, that's really cool. I want to do that. I want to be in Baltimore launching a leader pass. That's really awesome. And then the England pass came out. Do you remember the England pass with Steam Vicky and the Harold version and Elizabeth? And I was sat there thinking, short of Spiffing Brit, who's the most English person on YouTube? Like, I should be the one launching this. I was literally built for this role. This is me. This is all I've ever wanted to do was do this. So I remember thinking that, and I know, right? Spiff probably would have been the one to get invited, and I think we all would have gone like, yeah, fair play. But I just remember thinking at the time, I was like, come on, that was my launch. That was mine. There was an England pass. I wanted to get involved in that. I wanted to do the live stream. I wanted to help them launch it. I would have been really funny. And that was the time. That was the time that imagine like a sort of like a low light detective agency where Sleepy and I were sat in a room hunched over in low lighting with like a board with red wires and string everywhere and photos, and we were like, right, when was this? 2 years ago? And we were like, what do I do to get involved? What do I do to just absolutely lock myself into the Civ 7 launch? And that's where the drawing idea came from. That's how it started. Now, subsequently, as I've been doing it, I have genuinely started to really enjoy it. And now it's one of the best and most favorite things that I've ever done. Yeah, no, the origin story of it was much more sinister. Sinister's the wrong word. It was a strategic move, you know. We were doing our best to get, what's the Hamilton song? To be in the room where it happens. That's what we wanted. I wanted to be in the room where it happened. You can't keep me from a room where it happens. So they could not. So it transpired. On the topic of being British, are you worried about there being no Exploration Age England civilization in Civ 7? Early rumours suggest they will be only the Normans. You know what? I don't get attached to civilizations because I'm English, right? I just enjoy playing a good game. That's all I'm worried about. I just want a good game. As long as we get a good game, I'm happy. Ursa's happy. Ursa doesn't need there to be any English or thing. Because this is the thing, right? What are you going to say? Like, which is the most important bit? England as, like, the Victorian Age global empire spanning power who owned, what, 2/5 of the world's population or something like that? Obscene levels of colonizing. Disgusting levels of colonizing. Like, that is a fair thing to have in the modern era. Like, I would, you know, we'd be like, yeah, fair enough. And I guess Exploration England is also pretty cool. I don't know how they'll do it. I don't know how they'll do it. Maybe they'll have England in Exploration and they'll have Britain in modern. I don't know. We'll see. It might be as well that they have two versions of England. They have like Steam England and Empire England or something. I don't know. Who knows? You cultivated a grassroots uprising by not seeking fame. You know what? The thing I did take away, which I do genuinely like, is people really seem to enjoy the drawings. Like, not just on a silly level. Like, I think people really do like the drawings and they look forward to them. A bit like people enjoying and looking forward to my videos, right? That's the bit I wasn't expecting. I didn't think people would actually, like, no joke, enjoy the drawings. I thought they would always be kind of this silly comedic thing. When people were like, Oh yeah, no, you haven't put a drawing up these days. Like, where's your drawing today? I was really looking forward to your drawing. I look at your drawings every morning, blah, 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 and I sort of go, really? do you? Why would you do that? My drawings are terrible. So, like, there are bits of it that still boggle my mind, yeah. I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. What a strange and wonderful world we all live in. That you can sit at your desk doing really, really silly drawings and somehow people across the world look at them. That's the bit I didn't get. That's the bit I was like, what? You sure? You think these are good? They've actually been, it is genuinely been quite interesting from a comedy point of view, right? Because the interesting thing about the drawings is I have one panel and I do them in about 15 minutes. I do them really, really quickly. You've got to get a good joke over. You've got to convey a joke that's funny enough for people to look at the drawing and be like, ha ha ha, that's quite a good one. I like that. But if you can't draw and you don't have much time, it's actually quite difficult to convey the humor you want in that sort of short space of time, right? You've got to move quick and you've got to be really so as an exercise in like comedy, it's been really interesting. Like, how do you make something really funny without it being detailed? Like, what's the minimum amount of drawing you need to convey a really good punchline or to make a really valid point? You know what I mean? That's actually been really interesting. That's the bit I genuinely have kind of really enjoyed. It's been quite a skill. Like, constructing jokes. I'm just spending a lot on monuments. I want to get to national parks as quickly as I can. Isn't that how stand-up comedy works? I don't know. I think stand-up comedy is like... There are a lot of people that do stand-up comedy that are really good at interacting with the audience, heckling, that sort of thing. I wouldn't be able to do stand-up comedy because I would have no idea what to do if people started heckling me. Badly. In real life as well.
Donation from Neat 10. Thanks for teaching me Civilian 6 and soon 7.
Oh, thank you very much for the coffee donation. That's incredibly sweet, Nick. Thank you very much. Thanks for teaching me Civ 6 and so soon Civ 7. You're very welcome. I apologize that you couldn't have a better teacher. You're very welcome. I hope you enjoyed Civ 6. I did. To this day, I can still very accurately say I very much enjoyed Civ 6. It was a very, very good game. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Minimalism is great for comedy. Yeah, minimalism has been the thing, right? That's the thing I've learned. What's the minimum you can do to convey a really good point? And that's where I think my secret genius in the drawings is not the drawings themselves. It's the faces, right? It's the eyebrows. It's the expressions. That's the bit I'm most happy with. Being able to get a good set of eyebrows that really convey a sense of like whether someone's happy or surprised or edgy or quiet or thinky. Do you know what I mean? That's been the thing that I've come away from, and I've been like, okay, I was better at that than I thought I would be. We've been drawing badly since cave times. It resonates within our essence. I am invoking cave spirit mentality. That's what's going on here. Is that what it is? Just boring game chat for a second. The fact that I've got Mexico City in 3 different industrial city-states means I actually do want to focus on getting some industrial zones in, because these are going to be 9 range industrial zones, which is awesome. It's like this sort of range. So if we get this in the right place, we can actually get factory spreading everywhere, which would be really cool. Or robot meme, quite literally. Basically what I'm doing is I am a professional memer. But I'm not. Like, a lot of my drawings aren't memes, per se. I do draw memes. Memes are a little bit of what I do. But it's not everything. I do like drawing memes, though. There is something quite amusing at drawing a meme. I think one of the first ones I did was, there was the, do you know the Drake meme? You know the Drake meme, right? The one where it's like he's dancing really badly, then he's like happy by something. I remember doing that. And that was quite fun. And there was, the bloke who sat at the table being like, this is my opinion, convince me otherwise. Like that sort of thing. I remember doing that one and having a drawing about Civ 6 comedy, Civ 6 art versus Civ 5. And I remember that one going down. And people found it really, really funny because it was, I think I said that Civ 5 was really ugly. And that was amusing. I did enjoy that. I'm not a mimir, I'm a useful great engineer. Is that what it is? Okay. Oh dear. It's been really fun. I genuinely have enjoyed this whole crazy ride. The drawings have been more entertaining than I ever thought they would be. By a long way. They've been really good. Also, how do you avoid the burnout other creators like Bose and Potato have expressed by playing mostly Civ 6 on your channel? There are. Right, okay, this is, do you want... Tugis, I'll give you a choice, right? In your next comment, I'm watching the chat. Do you want the sensible answer or do you want the silly answer? Which answer do you want? I'll let you choose. It's alright, Mr. Drex, don't worry, you hop in and out. Both. Alright, you can have both. Okay, the sensible answer. How do I put so much content out and not get bored by it? Well, it's a combination of things, right? I do get a tiny bit bored from time to time. There are days where I will spend hours thinking about the next series I want to do, right? And I won't know what the next Civ 6 series will be, because quite literally, I've played every game with every leader, I've done every meme, I've played every mod, and you sort of look at it sometimes and you're like, what am I supposed to do with this, right? What am I supposed to do with this? So there are days you do feel a little bit like that. But I'm very lucky that I really genuinely do enjoy Civ. I really do genuinely enjoy Civ. It's a really, really good game. So there is an element of like, it's easier if you enjoy the game. So that's like step number one. I genuinely enjoy the game. I didn't get into it because the algorithm told me to. I got into it because this is the game that I was playing and these are the YouTubers that I was watching when I started YouTube. Like I mentioned earlier, Drew Denil and his Civ 5 games. That's what I was watching when I first started playing. And the Yogscast multiplayer games, right? The games where they used to play big... Oh, Signy. Big multiplayer games. That's the sort of stuff that I used to watch when I started YouTube. So there's a lot of interest there. The second thing is that YouTube was not my first job. YouTube is not my first job. I was a trained and qualified... This is really boring. You ready for how boring this job is, right? I was a trained and qualified personal UK and US tax accountant. Yep. It's as boring as it sounds. I used to do the American and UK tax returns for Americans who lived in the UK. Because America is one of the few countries in the world that taxes its citizens based on passport and not on location. So it's citizen-based tax, right? Rather than location-based tax. In the UK, if you live in the UK, you pay tax in the UK. If you don't live in the UK, you don't pay tax in the UK. If you have an American passport, you pay tax in America regardless of where you live. So if you're an American and you live in the UK, you pay tax twice. You've got to pay an American tax return and a UK tax return. So my job was making sure you only pay it in one place. You basically claim credits in one to pay for the tax in the other. I did that for 9 coming on 10 years. Almost 10 years of that job. I got promoted. I was qualified in the US and in the UK to represent clients. I had staff that reported to me. I hired people. I fired people. It was a proper career, right? And I hated it. I genuinely hated it. Like it really was a difficult thing for me because I fell into that career after university. I dropped out of Oxford. I dropped out of You didn't hear anything. I dropped out of university and... Oops. Sorry for swearing on the channel. I apologise to anybody of a sensitive disposition. It is not my intention to offend anybody watching this channel. I know, I got myself to say it. But because I dropped out of university... just watching chat right now. Oh, I'm sorry. And so, like, I fell into that career after leaving university. And it was a really difficult transition because I went from being very, very good at school. I loved school. I loved college. I was really good at it. For whatever reason, I was really quite good at exams and I loved learning at school. I'm very lucky that I got that because I know a lot of people really don't like school. So going to university was this huge shock. It was like this massive, you have failed. Like, this is a big stain upon your confidence and everything that you think about yourself. You failed. You've dropped out. What are you going to do? So I fell into that career because it was one of the few jobs at the time, this big company I joined, that had a very good scheme for school leavers rather than university leavers. Because a lot of places, a lot of big companies, you need to have a 2-1 or like a good degree to get into. So it was one of the few places that I could get a job. And I fell into it. And I worked 50-hour weeks. I worked exams. The stress of the job, the types of people I had to work with, the clients I had to work with. Like, just after COVID, like the year after COVID started, so 2021, I left work on stress leave. I took about 4 months off work because I just had a total breakdown. Absolute total breakdown. Just from stress and stuff. So I came out of that, right? I took a big L on life. I took a big loss dropping out of university, and it hit me really badly. Really badly. I really struggled with it. And because of that, to see the channel pick up after... How many years did I do this channel before anyone, like, watched it? 5 or 6 years before I got to 1,000 subscribers? Something like that. Like, my channel was pretty bad when I started, right? It was pretty bad. And I, because it took so long for it to be a success, once it was a success, it's felt so good. Like, I've gone from working for people I really don't like, in a career I really don't like, doing work that really made me feel uncomfortable. I tell you what, doing taxes for really rich people, it's not a fun thing. Because they're really rude about it. And you sit in countries that are falling apart because the tax systems are so underfunded and people don't pay taxes. And it was literally my job to... I wasn't a dodgy accountant. I was as a company, we were very straight-laced. We got people to pay more tax than they wanted to. But still, just listening to people all the time, it was so demoralizing. And people really hated us. It was an industry where, like... What's the feeling when you all come to me? What I do as a job now is I make videos. You all enjoy my videos. This is something that is a positive thing, hopefully, right? You wouldn't watch what we did if it wasn't bringing you joy. People used to come for me to tax and they used to hate it. Why would you ever go to your tax accountant? They used to despise me and despise everything that I got them to do. So now when I come and I do this job and I get to pick my own working hours and I'm working with my wife, we have a great working relationship, and I get to keep all the money the channel makes. There's no giving bonuses that are 5% of the profit the company makes to the entire staff. 5% of the company's profits goes to the staff, and 50% of it goes as dividends to the top 3 people. Yeah, screw that. I remember doing one year where our team grew by 25% in terms of revenue and like 30% in terms of bonus. I didn't get, sorry, in terms of profit, I didn't get a bonus because there wasn't the money because of COVID. And I remember thinking, I've worked like 50-hour weeks to get to this point, and this is just... So, like, if you deal with that sort of thing, YouTube is easy. I can play Civ, even if I don't want to, for hours and hours and hours, and it's not as bad as that. So it's a long-winded answer, but like, burnout is a very difficult thing to get to if like you genuinely love what you do. And I'm very lucky that I can say that, because I know a lot of people can't say that. I think a lot of people get into YouTube because they're incredibly creative people, and they don't like doing things that don't creatively inspire them, and that's totally fine. That's just another way of working, right? I am just gifted at, I used to spend 9 hours a day doing tax returns over and over and over and over. It was the most mundane and boring work you've ever seen. This is not mundane and boring. This is fun in comparison. I am playing a game for a job. Like, give me more. Push this into my eyeballs. Like, so I hope, does that answer the question? I feel like I've rambled. I've rambled more than I needed to. Sorry, this was the purpose of these streams, by the way. I very much intended to like just chat with you all. And this is what someone was saying before, right? What sort of content? I'm going to start a channel. What content do I do? You got to make sure you really like the content. You have to really enjoy what you're doing. Don't do it for the algorithm, because the algorithm will hate you no matter what you do. Just do it for you. Find the content that you can do, even if no one's watching, because the chances are people won't watch. For me, it took over 5 years for people to watch, and I still did it anyway. Because every day I had to go to work and I dreaded it so much. I used to genuinely get insomnia and not want to get up and not go to bed in the morning, and then not want to get out of bed in the evening. And I found that if I got out of bed at 6 in the morning and I did an hour and a half of YouTube before work, it got me out of bed so that I could face the day. So YouTube was kind of this sort of crutch for me, right? That's what you got to find. That's the thing. And it's really difficult because most people have no idea what that thing is, and I certainly didn't until I was into my late 20s. So, you know. Ursa Law. Yeah, here we go. This is just Ursa Law. Is that a good answer? Hang on. Who was it that asked the original question? If you've gone. I've lost track. Goodbye, Scout. Goodbye, Scout. Any more questions? If this is the time. This is the time to ask the questions. I'm in a chatty mood. I'm in a friendly, chatty, happy mood. So feel free to ask whatever. It's fine. It's all good. Next series idea: a Dutch archipelago naval dom game. I love it. Oh yes, the classic. The Provincian Rush, right? It's always good fun. I like playing the Dutch. Dutch is always a favourite of mine. Will Sleepy ever take your place for a video? We've spoken about it, and a lot of our channel supporters are really keen on the idea of Sleepy getting involved in the videos, if only to like to be the one being taught, like a guide video for Sleepy, or to play some multiplayer or something like that. So we've spoken about it. Sleepy doesn't know Civ 6. She's never learnt the game. She is learning Civ 7, so Sleepy will be on board with Civ 7 and is going to try and learn Civ 7, which is really cool. So we'll be much more up to date. But the short answer is no, probably not. She doesn't really have any need or want to get on the other end of the camera, and I totally get that. I totally respect that 100%. I totally understand. It is and has to be a total choice, you know? So maybe one day, but probably not. Don't get your hopes up, is what I'll say. I think you're dead, aren't you? Yeah, you're dead. Oh, thank you. Is this live? Oh, thank you for the donation. That's incredibly kind. So wait, you're saying you didn't find tax code to be fascinating, the glue that holds Western society together, says the former auditor who took early retirement. To you, I salute. I think my job. I think my job was bad. Audit is the worst job. I think there is no worse job than audit. The fact that you did that and you survived to tell the tale, fair play to you. Fair play to you. Oh dear. Now I you know what? Strangely, I didn't find tax code to be particularly riveting. You know what? I used to be quite good at GCSE level, so we're talking sort of age 16 maths. Like I used to really enjoy maths in high school. I was very, very good at it. There was this thing in school called the maths challenge. I don't know how European or just UK this is, right? Sorry, we're going on random story time again. There was a thing called the maths challenge, which was this sort of annual national competition that used to happen. That everyone around the country used to compete in the UK. Oh, here we go, lads. Someone has done the maths challenge. Is this just a UK thing or is this a European thing? I don't know. And we used to do it every year. Maths counts. I guess it's maybe a similar thing. I'm not sure. But anyway, it was this annual competition we used to do, and it was kind of like less of maths and more general logic problems. You didn't actually need to know much maths. You just had to kind of figure stuff out. And I found I was really, really quite good at it. To the point that I won the maths challenge for my school on 3 different years. Like I used to be really good at maths at school. I used to really enjoy it. And I got invited to there was a level above it called the Olympiad, the maths Olympiad. I got to do that twice, which was really fun. I didn't do very good in it. Turns out you need to be a genuine genius. I'm clever, but I'm not that clever. So I used to really love maths and tax. I think it genuinely is a career. I think I did quite well in it because it had a similar sort of itch. There's actually very little maths you actually need to do in tax, both in UK and in US tax. Most of tax happens by putting numbers into a calculator or putting it into Excel. Like you need to do very little of it yourself, right? It's basically just type it into a computer, numbers go brrr, and you kind of report back after a little bit. So it's more of a logic thing. So there were bits of it that were okay. I didn't mind it. It was the people and it was the clients and it was the morality of the work I had to engage in. That's the bit that I found so difficult. So yeah. There were aspects of the job that were not suited and there were aspects that were suited. If that makes sense. Let's have a look. Oh, silver. Yeah, there we go. They were medals, weren't they? Yeah. So I think I got a couple of silvers. I got some golds. Yeah, there was the kangaroo challenge and got gold and best in school. Eunice, can I just guess that you may be living in Australia? Is that true? The kangaroo challenge. It's got to be Australian. Did maths challenge in high school in Canada called the Cayley, Fermat and Pascal contest. Wow, that's a combination of very clever Canadian scientists there. Lots of people think that counting is maths. Thing is, Emil, counting is maths. A lot of people dismiss being able to count in your head, like what do they call it? Mental arithmetic, mental maths, and the logic of doing really simple maths. That is maths. Problem solving is maths. The problem is, as you get higher up in maths, it becomes more arbitrary. You start to do things like unreal numbers and differentiation and logarithmic stuff, and I'm just trying to think of matrices and whatever. It begins to get less and less practical and more theoretical. But maths is quite practical for a long period of time. That's the side of it I used to be quite good at. Like, yeah. Did a maths degree as well, and explaining what I actually did was always a laugh. Yeah, this is it. Maths becomes this other entity. Maths at university level is not the same as maths at school. It is totally different. Absolutely totally different. But there we go. Finger wagging towards the Jersey Islands. Look, I am an English citizen. I am a product generations down the line of a country that had island-spanning empires that have a lot of tax havens. I cannot talk, you know? But yes, you're absolutely right. I think these tax havens are ridiculous. So, yeah, interestingly, right? Okay, the story time. I stay out of politics. I stay out of religion. None of this conversation interests me at all. Not just on a channel level, because I genuinely don't care to talk about it. I don't like debating. But if you start talking about tax code, then I'll start getting interested because I've seen behind the curtain in terms of how tax works for the rich and famous and all this sort of stuff. And oh yeah, the world we live in is a mental one. It very much is. If you're rich, you can do what you want. It is very sad. Very sad world that we live in. And a lot of these places are English crown dependencies. And you look at them and you're like, come on now. Was there any need to do that? Was there any real need to be like that, you know? Start chopping some stuff out. It's half American at least. You know our tax code. I'll tell you what, I'll know your tax code better than most of you do. I knew American tax code in a very particular way. I knew international American tax code. That was the main thing I knew. So I knew a lot of foreign credits. I knew a lot of foreign based stuff, right? I wasn't very good at domestic credits or domestic things. I was very much a foreign boy. So it was slightly different, but similar. There were a lot of similarities, you know. Right. Let's just quickly jump into that. But yes, it was true. Is Valletta gone? No, Valletta's just been stolen. Get back here, you. Here we go. If you can do those maths, you should do program logic for Civ AI to play as a strong human without unfair bonuses. So you're saying I should become Roman Holiday, is what you're saying. I genuinely... I'm going to put a poll up. This is something I've actually thought about. Would you like to watch me learn to code? So, I have thought about this as a stream idea for a little while. Getting somebody like Socratact, CYP Ryan, Roman Holiday on stream, and physically on stream they teach me how to code Civ 6 or Civ 7 to make my own leaders and whatever. Like if I wanted to, say, put a second leader into this mod, because I've got some ideas for other Byzantium leaders and stuff. Is that an interesting stream? Because I know nothing about coding. And I know that I should know something about coding, because that's the way the world's going. And if I'm ever going to be made redundant by robots, not knowing how to code is going to accelerate my process into that. Would that be interesting? Having a stream where I actually just get taught to code by people who know how to do it really well. Brilliant idea. If it doesn't influence your upload schedule, I'm afraid it will. If you see me stream on a day, I'm very unlikely to also put up a video on that same day. I'm going to try and get back into the habit of not overloading our schedule. Australia is refusing peace. People always say, oh, if you knock the walls down, he'll eventually make peace with you. He's not. You would be best employed as a code tester. I don't know. I'm trying to learn to code, so seeing you code would be fun and informative. Maybe it would. Maybe it would. I mean, this would be silly coding, right? I'm learning very much how to, like, make stupid alternative leaders for my own nation. This is not serious coding. Oh, I love when all the alliances disappear. It's about fun. Why won't you make peace? Ugh. I guess I could liberate Newcastle, couldn't I? Let's take it next turn, and then we'll go and liberate Newcastle and bring Australia back in that way. Let's do it that way. Coding stream, Cesar. Yep, I'd love to learn with you. Maybe aim to make a Civ 7 mod. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. I could try and learn from day one, you know? Curtin never pieces out. He really doesn't. It's curtains from any idea of me having peace, eh? And these curtains. How about a stream where you get taught how to code by robots? So what you're effectively saying is that I should have a Doug stream, right? Where I just get ChatGPT to do ridiculous things with me. Art streams can be fun too, like your Process VMS Paint art. I don't do my art in MS Paint. People think I do. I think there's a couple of very famous people who do art in Paint, so they think I do as well. I do mine in Inkscape. Totally separate program called Inkscape, which is quite fun. Some water parks going as well. We're going to try and beat this crippling happiness penalty from having 24 cities. Crippling, you say? It's not just regular debt, it's crippling debt. Aim to have you teach your code a cruise ship governor or leader. Yeah. Maybe. Love to see your drawing streams. I could do some drawing streams. That could be a fun thing to do. Idea, a stream where you create your own nation, then play as it. Yeah, that's the sort of thing I'm thinking. I don't know if it would be a fun stream, but I'd certainly like to give it a go. Could be entertaining. Actually, that... Oh, I keep forgetting that ley lines don't give anything with this mod. Keeps teasing me. I'm trying to scatter some industrial zones around so that a lot of them are decently boosted. The best AI is seriously just a bunch of matrices math and then eigenspace nonsense lol. Read up on alpha beta pruning trees for chess AI, how to apply it to Civ. You know what? That is a rabbit hole that I am happy to leave alone. I believe you. I 100% believe you that that rabbit hole is a frightening rabbit hole to get into. And I will confidently tell you I do not need to know anything about that rabbit hole. Oh dear. There's a difference between modding I'm talking about, which is make a silly leader, or, you know, modding you're talking about, which is make a clever AI. I'll leave that to Raymond Holiday. Raymond Holiday can have that all they want. That's all on them. That's all on them. Doesn't it make more historical sense if leaders changed over time rather than civilizations, as, for example, England remained England despite being ruled by Vikings, Anglo-Saxons and Normans? Thoughts? I've seen this put around quite a lot. Mainly on Reddit and stuff. People think that this whole leaders and civilizations thing in Civ 7 has been put back to front. The short answer is no, I don't think so. I think both are equally as unrealistic as the other, right? You don't have eternal leaders and you don't have eternal civilizations. There is no civilization in Civ that has survived the test of time. That's the whole point, right? They're all totally different. I mean, Rome lasted for thousands of years, yeah, sure, but eventually it disintegrated, and so did Byzantium, and so did the Ottomans, and so did the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and so did the Russian Empire, and blah, blah, blah. So I think there's people think that... I think when people say, oh, I think the leader thing, it should have been a thing rather than the Civ thing, I think that the argument mainly is that people don't like the leader thing. I don't think having it the other way around is inherently any better. And being honest with you, and this is my hot take from it all, personally, when a lot of people say, oh, it's taking the spirit of Civ out, it's doing this, it's doing that, I don't really care for any of that. Like, it's not... I don't think about games that inherently. I just like gameplay loops. I like playing the game for a game. As long as Civ 7 plays really well, as long as the UI looks good, as long as it's a fun experience, as long as I can play thousands of hours of it and still find it entertaining, I'm cool with that. So if that means more leader options and more choices, I'll take that any day of the week. So no, I'm not convinced it's a better way around. I'm glad that Thraxis actually took a bit of an extreme jump. You'd rather see them do cool changes, you know, rather than... Like, I would rather see them do really fun stuff. Did you just kill my military engineer? How dare you? How very dare you? Get out of here. Smelly scout. Not appropriate at all. Oh! Found the boost to industrialization in a tech. And steam power as well. Yeah, like, I don't know. I feel like, and this is the thing, right, we have to make this point again, because you see this pop up occasionally. Myself and the other YouTubers were not paid to have opinions on Civ 7. We were given free flights and accommodation. So basically, Firaxis paid for, no, 2K paid for my hotel and flights, which is really good because unlike a lot of content creators there that have millions of subs, like Spiffing Brit and RT Gaming people, and like Pravis and Drew and Potato all have like hundreds of thousands. I was quite a diddy little YouTuber. I only had 58,000 subs at the time or whatever it was. I couldn't afford to fly myself over to Baltimore and pay for a hotel. Like that's I don't have the business expenses to cover something like that. So I was really grateful. That inherently meant that I could go. We weren't paid to have an opinion. We were explicitly told, react as you want, say what you want. I think a lot of the opinion of Civ 7 is because people like having negative opinions. And that's not because... I'm not saying people are being negative for the sake of it, but it's more fun. Like, excitement is a really tricky thing to maintain, because if you get excited about something, it's really easy to have that excitement dashed. You know, like if you really get excited about something coming up and it turns out it's not as good as you want it to be, you're going to feel really disappointed. I know there's been movies and games that have happened. Like, what about Millennia? Millennia was a classic example. We all got really excited about this other game, and then we were like, oh, that's a shame. So people want to be more negative. Negative's safer. If you come into something knowing that you're not that impressed by it, if you don't think it's going to be very good, it kind of shields you from a lot of the reality of, say, it is bad, right? If we think that Civ 7's going to be bad and it is bad, you're like, okay, great, I was prepared for that. And I think as well, and I've noticed this with I'm a professional YouTuber, right? I deal with social media and I deal with algorithms. I think it's like the thing that I've noticed is that negative reactions gets a lot more airtime. It's way easier to have a hot take on something and come slamming in on something, and you'll get way more views. People like debate. People like to read things they wouldn't be confident enough to say. And then that becomes parroted around a little bit. So I think a lot of reactions we've seen about the leader mechanics, about Humankind 2, about this and that, I'm not as negative as people. I think personally I'm quite optimistic, and I think actually Bose did a really interesting poll on this recently. Bose did a really interesting poll on his YouTube channel. How many people are genuinely excited and how many people are genuinely worried? And it was like 3 out of 4 people are excited. The negative reaction was like 25% of people, which is a lot of people, but it's not the majority. And if you read Reddit and places like that, you'd be forgiven for thinking that this is going to be the worst game that's ever happened. Like, people just get so caught up in it. And I don't know. Unless it's tax code, in which case I'm coming for you. I'm slamming into you if you're talking about tax code. But like in terms of games and stuff, it's like, nah, it's not that bad. Did I accept that city accidentally? Man, I think I accepted that city accidentally, didn't I? Oh, what a numpty. What a numpty. Dear oh dear, I meant to reject that city. Whoops. Can I still... I can't make peace with Australia. I was going to liberate it. Doesn't count as occupied. Hang on. Let's just give it to Mali. And it'll flip. Hang on. Is Mali my culture? No, Mali's not. It's in Newcastle. Let's give that away. What a fool. 1 gold. That's fair. Right, we'll knock Australia out of the game. Because they're refusing peace, and this is getting... I'm getting impatient now. Is this an Ursa round Civ? It is an Ursa round Civ. Here you go. Let me just remove the chat overlay for a second. That's what it does. Personally, Civ 7 looks extremely amazing. But Caesar looks atrocious. Look at what they did to my boy. Caesar did look funny. A lot of the character models do look quite entertaining. I won't lie. I think the unit models, the character models are going to change quite drastically by the time the game comes out. And I revert to things that people have put out that show the Korea model, Teddy's model on Civ 6, the launch models, and the what do you call it? The released models on trailers were very different. Very, very, very different. I suspect we will see something like that again. I suspect a lot of those models are going to get changed. But yes, we should hopefully, fingers crossed, we should see that coming up. There are bits of Civ 7 that are a little bit funny. I'm not gonna lie about that. Like there's some stuff. The UI is a big one. That they did say at the time. They said it before we did. Like that's why a lot of hot takes from YouTubers have come out about the UIs, because they physically sat us down at the beginning and they were like, before you start, just know this. We know that the UI looks funny and we're changing it. And we were like, all right, cool, that's fine. Oh dear. If we only look at Twitter, people are supposedly still only playing Civ 5. Yet Civ 6 has a lot more playing than Civ 5. Yeah, no, I mean, it's true. It's true. Hang on. Let me find this. Because people don't... There's such a thing as a very vocal minority on stuff. This is... I mean, don't get me wrong, right? Civ 5 has a huge audience, an absolutely huge audience. Civ 5 currently has 21,000 people playing it on Steam. 21,000. That's huge. That is huge numbers. 21,000. Civ 6 has 81,000, which is even more ridiculously huge. Civ has such a wide-ranging, like... but like, yeah, one fifth of the audience still plays Civ 5. So that's 20%. It's not a majority thing at all. It's a lot of people. It's definitely a lot of people, but it's not everyone, you know? People are forgiven for thinking like, oh wow, it's everyone. It's not. And Civ 5 is a really good game. Don't get me wrong. I like Civ 5. I prefer Civ 6 because it's the Civ that I went from being able to scrape deity in Civ 5 to playing Sid Meier in Civ 6. Like, this is where I've learned my craft, is in this game. So it'll always forever have, you know, something in my heart. Yay, I've got my first Admiral. Yay. It'll always have a place in my heart. But, yeah. You'd be forgiven for thinking that the world is still playing it. And it's not quite like that. Such a timeless franchise. I mean, honestly, the number of people that play Civ is quite frankly ridiculous. It is crazy, the amount of people that play Civ. I am always amazed at how many people play Civ. Adelaide. And Sydney, here we go. These are where I need to have my trade routes from. Get to there. Thank you. In some ways, Civ 5 is much better, but in a lot of ways, Civ 6 is an improvement. I don't get why people hate on a lot of stuff, but I do, because it's just the easier reaction to have, and it's more fun. It's more fun ganging together and just all having an opinion on something. I get it. I understand it. It's a normal reaction to have. I'm not saying, and again, it's something I need to clarify as well. I'm not saying having criticism or a bad opinion is a bad thing at all. I think it's really quite healthy, and I think without these opinions that appear, you're never going to get to the game you want, right? Like, you want to have some informed chat about the state of the game. Criticism is a really important thing. But I think it's all about... they used to say in like debating at my school, right? If you're going to have an argument, the one thing you've got to remember to do at all times is keep your mind open as to why you might be having that argument in the first place. And as long as you remember that you're probably just like agreeing with people that just want to have a fight, that's fine. If you genuinely have a negative opinion of something, that's great. Have an opinion of it, but go into it with your eyes open, you know? Don't just agree with other people. Think about it from your own point of view. I haven't played Civ, but I might try 5. Yeah, try Civ 5. There are some really good overhaul mods for Civ 5. Was it Vox Populi or something like that? There, some fan-made mods for Civ 5 that have been through that make it a really, really good moddable game. Really good moddable game. Will Civ 7 be as moddable as Civ 6? I don't know. We don't know anything. They refuse to give us information on that. Is the unfortunate short answer to that one. I know that Marbazir has done a bit of a sort of, what would you call it, like a video essay on his worries about whether or not Civ 7 will have modding. I don't know anything about it, to be absolutely honest with you. The thing that always makes me slightly worried is the fact that we've got so many consoles and different editions of platform at play. You can't open up modding on Switch. It just doesn't work because Nintendo doesn't let you. You can't do modding on Xbox or PlayStation. Or can you? Do Paradox games on Xbox and PlayStation, like City Skylines, can you mod on console on City Skylines? I actually don't know the answer to that one. I actually don't know the answer to that one. Because I suspect that will change whether something's possible, but it's got such a long. You can mod Fallout 4, but is it like a Steam store sort of thing, or is this like a sort of slightly under the table way of modding? You know. I think my bet is that mods will be possible. There will be still a Steam interaction with mods. I think that'll still be a thing. I suspect what's going to happen is it will have a similar thing to Civ 6, where they may not open up the code fully. So we may not have full flexibility on mods, but I think we will have mods. So I think we'll have a thriving modding scene. I would certainly hope so, anyway. I would really hope so. But we may not have full-blooded mods as people may want to see them. That would be my bet, my guess. And I don't know that for certain. Played a lot of Civilization. Oh, hi Tilky, how you doing? You're alright. I've played a lot of Civilization and Civilization 2. I didn't like 3, but 4 was again good. 5 I've played much, but 6 I've mostly watched others play. That's fine. You can like games for different reasons, right? You can just play some games and not play others.
Petra is a brilliant display.
That's totally fine. That's totally fine. Petra! We got Petra. This is the city that it got raised in the first episode. And now we have Petra. Which means we've got some good old yield. Hopefully when this preserve is done, these yields will be pretty cool too. Might do a creation club? I don't know if they will. I think that's a Bethesda thing. Fallout 4, yeah, I think that's slightly different. You missed the throne room. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if the throne room is brought back. We haven't seen anything about that. But think about it. We've now got a game where leaders are the important thing, and they're eternal. It would make total sense. Total sense to bring the throne room back. Now, it might be a DLC thing, but it would make total sense. I would not be surprised. Not be surprised at all if we have a throne room. I'm trying to trade with people, by the way. This is why I'm building all of my railroads over here, right? I'm trying to get myself to a situation where I can send trade routes to other people. I'm just mindlessly building railroad for no reason whatsoever. I've heard much about console modding, but I don't know all that much. It's called like save breaking or something. The reason I know it is because PS4 got Bloodborne and trying to mod it. A lot of consoles lock themselves. A bit like phones. What do they call it? Like jailbreaking a phone. To be able to get into the sort of bits you're not supposed to get into. I don't know. I can't recommend that you do that to your console, because I know it's against terms of service in a lot of them, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what will happen on console. I doubt it'll be moddable. I think PC will be. I remain optimistic on that one. What is hilarious is Ursa doesn't know any more now than he did when he covered Civ 7 in the 2-hour video. Yeah, and I think the thing is that a lot of people just still haven't watched that video. I don't want to keep plugging my own content, but it is well worth a watch, because everything we know, like a lot of people made a lot of very good content about Civ 7, but I'm proud of mine. I think mine is pretty encyclopedic on everything we know and don't know. So it's well worth the watch, I think. We won't know. We will probably know in the next couple of weeks. There's stuff that's going to keep coming out. I think we'll all learn together. We shall see. Civ 2 is the version I learned to the T if I could win every game. Civ 2, yeah, I'd never played it. Voice devices were hilarious. This is the railroad, by the way. Ta-da! It's a pretty decent railroad. Oh, yeah. This is what this Civ is all about. Oh, thank you. I think my video is pretty in-depth. Questionable avocado. Ye of good taste. I'm not going to call you questionable at all. 2 hours flew by. Yeah, I know. We've flown by, haven't we? It's almost 20 to 4. Look at that. The City Skylines is trying to make cross-platform mods through Paradox. We'll see if it's successful. If it can work, that'll be a foundation for something that'll be quite cool. So it's no bad thing at all. Something we want to see. Always want to see mods. Mods, I think, add massive things. Have you told you when they will send you a copy of Civ 7 to play? No, we've been trying to push for it, but it's if they do send us a copy, we're going to have to wait a little bit. I suspect. We genuinely, as far as I'm aware, there are no copies. No copies available to anyone. Although I did see on Reddit there was a bit of an appeal for somebody who had a unwell relative to send a copy out, and it looked like Firaxis were pretty keen to engage with that. So it means copies may be around, you know? It's a very sad situation, but if you look into the sort of behind the scenes aspect of it, it may well mean that that sort of thing is now starting to get made. And yes, as I say, we don't mind waiting. I don't mind waiting. This is I'm talking to you as the person who has to draw every day until it's released, right? We don't mind waiting. We would rather have a proper game. We would rather have a proper, amazing game than something that's half-baked, you know? So we can wait. We can wait. Damn it. I haven't used any early bears to rush these things. Start doing that. This is what early bears are for. Good morning, my dear Ursa. Let me ask you a question. Christopher Tin. Did Firaxis hire him for Civ 7? Yes. He has been mentioned on a lot of their drops. Yes, Christopher Tin is doing the music, which is very cool. Very cool indeed. Do you have any special ideas for the final drawing? I do. Yes. I got some very fun ideas for the final drawing. But I'm not going to tell you those now. We're just going to have to wait, aren't you? Ah. Ooh, ah, 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 ah. Oh! Big numbers. Big numbers go big. Here we go. Starting to put forests down. These things help to increase the yield. Help my empires to burn every time there's a wildfire. It's all good. Will you play EU5 when it comes out? Probably. Probably I will. I would like to... That was a fort. Whoops. I would like to start playing more games. More Paradox games. I really do enjoy them. I just need to find a way of putting them onto the channel in a way that doesn't break the rhythm and the algorithm of what we're doing. Because people always say, oh, we want to see you play this game. And then when you actually put it up on the channel, no one watches it. So It's about finding a way that people will enjoy the content. If we can do that, that'd be great. Peace. Thank goodness. Thank goodness Byzantium wants peace. Oh, we had to wait far too long for that. Second channel time. Thing is though, is there any point in having a second channel? Like, I do YouTube as a job. I don't get to play games outside of what I put up onto the channel very often, because it's literally my job. So, is there any point in having a second channel that has like a fraction of the audience? Or do you just instead make sure that it's on the main channel and worked in? I don't know. You could probably argue that either way. Factory. Right, here we go. Because we've got Mexico City, the range on the factory is this. So it's hitting a lot of cities. So we're going to get the coal power plant now, and this will provide a bunch of production. A bunch of production. This isn't flip jet next turn. That's good. Let's go second channel. It's pretty useful if you want to do content outside of your main one. Yeah, the thing is though, it's like we were saying before. I'm very lucky that as a person, I can just continually make Civ content and I continue to enjoy it. I don't need to switch games in order to keep that creative spark, you know? I'm happy to just keep playing Civ as long as it brings the money in. So I'd only do it if it was a successful financial venture, is playing other games. So second channel, it's kind of like, I don't think it would make as much money as you think. Because I don't think you'd... Unless the second channel became bigger than the first channel, in which case, yeah, fair enough. You just made a second channel, but yeah, weird. A shorts channel, it's no longer needed. There used to be more of a thing with making a shorts channel when people weren't entirely confident as to whether shorts were ruining the algorithm for other content. But we now know that shorts do not, just like live streaming, they do not affect the algorithm for your other forms of content. So, oh, that's a line inventory that just beat up my trebuchet. Lovely. Good. I'm going to try going for olives again. Oh, no, we'll ban olives again. So, yeah, shorts channels used to be much more of a thing, but you don't need them anymore. Am I considering branching out into other games? Yeah, if I could, that'd be great. I'd love to. I got some great ideas, but I just, as I say, it's getting people to watch it. But that's a me problem, you know? That's a challenge for Ursa. That's a challenge for me to work through, and I don't mind a challenge. I'll happily continue working on a challenge like that. Aha! National park in my capital. Don't mind if I do. That'll help with happiness. What's the name of the religion? I've missed it already twice. It's the Florida man. Chat got really excited about the idea of us having Florida men. And they had to explain the meme to me. I love shorts. They are comfy and easy to wear. That's why I like trousers. We must fight back against the shorts. Don't let yourself become one that only wears shorts, you know? You must wear the trousers. Wear them well. Oh, come on, you can't help but boogie to this beat. There we go. Now we're starting to get the preserve yields as I'm building forests around them. This is what we want to see. And there's the dam. Which is good because this will spread my yields even further. I need to start removing tiles though. We need more. We're going to go early bat and then builders. This line inventory might be a little bit tough to fight. It's fine. Second channel is only important if you wanted to upload different content. If you upload it to your main, it would ruin your algorithm. If you're not blessed by the algorithm, don't bother up to, man. Yeah, exactly. I'm not in a position right now where I'm worrying too much about my main channel algorithm, so that's kind of the main reason why I'm not worried too much at the moment. Maybe that'll change in time, though. Who knows? As I branch out into new and exciting things. Right. Railroads I've kind of built enough of now. For a live stream. We're gonna start using early bears to rush aqueducts and stuff. Great lighthouse. OnlyFans content when? God no. Could you imagine? Oh. No one needs to see that. Dear oh dear. Dear oh dear. It's a horrific thought. Honestly, a second channel where Ursa plays Dark Souls games. You know what? I've never actually played a Dark Souls game. Believe it or not. Actually, given how many things I've admitted to on this stream so far that I haven't played, you probably would believe it. One cannot have enough railroads. You can't, but when you're streaming live, you have to learn the balance between just putting railroads down and actually making entertaining complet. But look at the land I've got. Like, I'm pretty happy with how far we've spread out. And our culture means our borders are really nice as well. That's really cool. A cooking channel. I love cooking. I genuinely really enjoy cooking. Don't even joke. I would do a cooking channel. I'm not a very good cook, but I enjoy it. Aha, like this zoo now has that range. So again, a lot of cities. We're now actually content. Look at this. We are fighting back against the discontentment. We're getting more national parks by the day. One of the dearest memories of Ursa is when I brought a new television and I had massive problems with color saturation. It took me a while to realize that Ursa was in a normal age and not a golden age. It's difficult to be certain, right? Because I'm golden. I'm a golden boy. It's in the title, you know? It's just what I do. So I can understand why that might be confusing. Bam, Grove. Oh! The yields! The yields! They're here. They're massive. And now I've got aqueducts coming down as well. Oh! I always like it when people say, oh, I like the early game, I like the early game. No. It's all about late game. This is when you do interesting things like having huge, ridiculous yields. So we're liberating Newcastle. We're bringing Australia back into the game. A controversial technique, I know, but one we must embrace. I would love to see bonus videos of Ursa playing games that are not 4X strategy games. Yeah. I don't have the time. That's another big problem, right? When am I going to have time? I spend all my time doing daily videos, so I don't have time to play many other games. If I had the time, maybe. But I am a simple bear that can only play one thing at a time. You're not a golden, you're as white as the wall behind you. Ha ha ha. I should drop down to Essex and get some fake tan. That'll help. There we go. We got factory yields now spread across my entire central empire, which is looking really good. And no, it's not Byzantium that's happy. Someone's happy. At some point, these two tiles are going to develop filthy yields. I think I've just got to keep building. Yeah, look at this. Oh, this is so close to being filthy. There's the filthy yield. There it is. Bam. Hoping for a quick Civ Beyond Earth series. Now that is something I am genuinely tempted to do on the channel. I'm not even lying. I am very close to doing Beyond Earth as a channel series. That would be very fun. I genuinely like Beyond Earth. It's a good game. There you go. Alpha Centauri was a different take on Civ. It certainly was. Was it a better take on Civ? That's the question. You've been different, but was it better? Ooh. He's feeling edgy today, isn't he? What about Call to Power? Which one was Call to Power? I actually don't know which one was. Was that one of the DLCs? Not entirely sure. Bam. Here we go. Liberate next turn. Live streams don't affect the algorithm. Maybe use one of these to play the other games. Understand that time may be the real issue here. Yeah, that's the main kind of real problem I've got, is that I just don't have enough hours in the day to film you a daily video and also then stream. So this stream today is because I am not putting a video out. So that's why I'm streaming. I don't intend to just keep streaming normal games. I don't want to spoil anything. There is some stuff coming up that involves streaming that is going to be really fun, and you should be very excited and look forward to it. I can't tell you any more than that, but I'm very excited about it. It should be really good. Improve the coal. No, we must stay away from coal. The problem with coal is coal puts down a mine, and mine ruins my appeal. But we must be appealing. Bam, like this. This is what happens when we're appealing. You know? This is what we're dealing with. Oh man, I should have asked Otter to put Canadian Mounties into the game for me. Now that would have been fun. That would have been fun. I can't believe we're not at Havens yet. This is mad. I cannot believe that. So, now we've got an aqueduct here. We'll stick around in this direction because we'll get the aqueduct over on that tile. We'll just rush. Civ 8 live stream confirmed. Yeah, we're skipping. We're skipping. We're going straight to Civ 8. We're not bothering with Civ 7. Bam. There you go. Here's Newcastle. We liberate it, remove all of our grievances, get a ton of diplomatic favour, and now I can send a trade route to them. That's hilarious. They get their 3 settler from the deity bonus. That's amazing. I wonder if he'll like me because I've liberated him. No, grievances are still pretty poor. Alright, we might have to wait for a bit. Would Ursa like to... Would you like Ursa to make a video where he watches paint dry? Now, you joke, but I've seen the Point Crow videos like that, and they're actually really interesting streams because he just chats to stream for the whole time. I think that's a really good thing. Maybe we should do just like an annual catch-up stream.
What I like about City.
I like his idea there. They are really good. Right, where's this preserve going to go? There? Yeah. Send a child to fix it. Civ 8 coming in 2040. Possibly. Games are getting bigger now. They take ages to make. They're these huge, difficult entities. Can't just make them anymore. Bam. Oh! Oh, look at those yields. Oh. Actually, you know what? You know what? Ready for yield? You ready for some yield? Here's my first sanctuary. Bam. Oh. Oh, yes. In fact. Oh, this is why you don't put an improvement on the coal. That's why you don't put an improvement on the coal. Look at that. Look at that filth. Look at that absolute filth. Oh. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. That is disgusting. We love it. We love it. Mmm. Delicious. Fill me up with yields like that. And I'll be a happy, happy man. Oh my lord. It's just nonsensically good. Right, and then next turn, we should find ourselves with Rhizantium and the pub finishing their sanctuaries. Which means we're going to get production, means we're going to get gold, means we're going to get science on the tiles. Bam! Hallelujah! Look at this! Oh! Look at these disgusting yields. They're great. Doo-doo-doo-doo. And so much wood to be put down everywhere. Oh. We haven't even got to the best bit yet. We haven't even got to the best bit yet. We still need a filthy yield stream, don't we? We need a filthy yield stream. Oh, dear oh dear. Dear oh dear. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, dear people of the audience, it's 4 o'clock. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I've got things I need to crack on with the day. It has been a pleasure. I've really enjoyed this stream. We've been really just chatting. If you missed the beginning of this stream or the middle, go back and watch it, because we've got like tons of story, tons of Ursa lore, tons of questions about Civ 7. Go and watch the 2-hour video, right? Go and watch the 2-hour video. It'd be really cool if you go watch that if you haven't already. It's got all the answers to Civ 7 that you'll need. And yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful day, everybody. It's been a pleasure. I will finish this game at some point. I feel the need to finish this game. I'm literally saving it as I'm doing this now. It's been a pleasure. I've been Ursa Ryan, and I hope we can do this again sometime. Just chilling. See you all in a bit.